And we're back. Yes, we are. We're doing it again. Play that funky music, white boy. So we are doing it again. Play that funky music. So let's play that funky music. Do that funky dance yet again. One man went to mow. You know how it goes, and it's going exactly that way this time around yet again. So you'll be here. So you keep me company for just however long the session lasts. One man went to mow that guy again. He's at it. Be at it with him. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Only water, water, only water, where they see my water. Water, 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 water. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Ikuku ni Riwagweshe, the powerful Kegite. So, Ikuku ni Riwagweshe, as guys, I bring you this. So, this is a follow-on from a story we did just in the earlier session. The news now that MALLAM Buhari refused to sign the electoral bill. So, the spill out of that electoral bill, senators move to override Buhari, gather 73 signatures. So, 73 signatures now are just to try and force that space. We all know that it will amount to nothing, of course, with whatever his name is in charge of the Senate. He's just going to, peter it out and just tow his master's voice, as he often does. What is his name? Ahmed Lawan. So you can't expect any act of rebellion or any defending of the people's right from an element like Ahmed Lawan, but he blusters and peacocks. Electoral bill, senators move to override Buhari, gather 73 signatures. So what that means, we'll find out in the soonest of. Banditry has dented Nigeria's image. Farida Waziri, you recall that name, of course, she was once charged of the EFCC. So now she's now speaking to the debilitation that we have suffered, especially under the administration of our Buhari, of our Daura chap, Buhari. This is what she says, and she being a Fulani person, banditry has dented Nigeria's image, says Waziri. So quite how she justifies that, we'll find out in the soonest of. We'll find this out in the soonest of as well. A lot of you would have seen the imagery, and it is quite, it speaks pointedly to what is going on in Nigeria. El-Rufai, of course, dropping a knee in front of Buhari and bowing his head in reverence and almost worship. So this is the system that we're now running in Nigeria. An emperor from the north. What a shame. Nigerians react as El-Rufai kneels before Buhari in Aso Rock. So this is the thing. Imagine the Minister of Health kneeling in front of Boris Johnson uh, in Downing Street, or the Secretary for Labour kneeling in front of Joe Biden in the White House. But in Nigeria, of course, a different system, a fiefdom and a feudom were running, and the emperor that sits atop, of course, takes the knee. This is what we're contending with. So this is how far back we are. What a shame. Nigerians react as El-Rufai kneels before Buhari at Aso Rock. So this is the situation. We're all on our knees in that country. So that's just the symbolism of all of that. On our knees to a no-school swap man from Daura, the Nigerian story. Reps break silence on Buhari's refusal to sign the electoral bill. So they will huff and they will puff, but they're never going to blow the house down. Empty threats, bolstering and peacocking, flip-flapping all over the media space, but they will just peter down and fade away because they are not going to do anything to move against their bookie. Reps break silence on Buhari's refusal to sign electoral bill. So they broke their silence, but what do they have to say? We'll find out just in the soonest of. But before we find anything out in the soonest or the furthest off, we come in via first what is the traditional quarters, the eastern quarters, and another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Maryland, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Maryland, Nandi go only do I more. O Mary wone lizu Biloya Abakare. Mamanda ora, Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 2, I more. O Mary wone lizu Biloya Abakare Mamanda ora Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi.
And there we are, Python dance, and I'm the one they were. Oh no, I wasn't intended to do that. Python dance, and I'm the one they were. Python dance, and I'm the one they were. So Python dance, and I'm the one they were. As guys, I bring you this electoral bill. Senators move to override Buhari, gather 73 signatures. 70. Hold on, let me just close something that is on the screen. 73 senators are set to support a motion to overwrite the president, Major General Mohammed Buhari, retired. 73 senators are set to support a motion to override the president, Major General Mohammed Buhari, retired's veto on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. A senator of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), George Sekibo, made this known to correspondents in an interview. Sekibo explained that there are plans to override Buhari's veto after the end of the closed-door session of the Senate on Tuesday. The lawmaker was quoted as saying that a total of 73 signatures have been compiled to override the veto. By law, the National Assembly can override the president's veto of a bill through a two-thirds majority vote. The signatures said to have been gathered are over two-thirds majority needed to override the president's veto, as there are 109 senators in the Senate. With 73 signatures so far, it means 70% of the lawmakers in the upper chambers want the bill to pass without the president's assent. Buhari had informed the National Assembly of his decision to withhold its assent on the bill. Signing the bill into law would have serious adverse legal, financial, economic, and security consequences on the country, particularly in view of Nigeria's peculiarities. In his letter to the Senate, the president also said the direct primary arrangement could worsen the insecurity situation across the country if approved. According to him, it could cause confusion in various political parties. Direct primaries are also subject or susceptible to manipulation or malpractice, as most parties cannot boast of reliable or verified membership register or valid means of identification, which therefore means non-members can be recruited to vote by wealthy contestants to influence the outcome. Rival parties can also conspire and mobilize people to vote against a good or popular candidate in a party during its primary just to pave way for their own candidates. Whereas where voting is done by accredited delegates, whereas where voting is done by accredited delegates during indirect primaries, the above irregularities are not possible. Buhari's letter read in part, the Senate adjourned its session till tomorrow. So there you heard is a senior advocate of Nigeria, Ebun Adegboruwa, has explained that holding direct primaries is constitutional. He urged members of the National Assembly to override Buhari's veto on the bill. Adegboruwa said, under and by virtue of paragraph 15B of part 1 of the second schedule of the 1999 Constitution as amended, INEC shall register political parties in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and an Act of National Assembly. By virtue of Section 222A of the Constitution, no association by whatever name called shall function as a political party unless a copy of its constitution is registered with INEC. By virtue of Section 223(1)A of the Constitution and rules of a political party shall provide for period election on a democratic basis of its principal officers. By virtue of Section 224 of the Constitution, the program as well as the aims and objectives of a political party shall conform with the provisions of Chapter 2 of the Constitution. By virtue of Section 40 of the Constitution, INEC is conferred with power to register and refuse registration of political parties. From all the above, the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and indeed INEC are to regulate the activities of all political parties, including their various constitutions. That being the case, the reason adduced by the president for withholding his assent to the Electoral Act bill, that the said bill violates the constitution of the political parties, is not supported by the constitution, which created the political parties in the first instance. The registration of political parties is regulated by INEC in accordance with the Constitution and the Electoral Act. Thus, the constitutions of all political parties are to conform with these laws and not the other way round. It is the political parties that will amend their constitutions to conform with the provisions of the Electoral Act. Uh, so there it is. Since the president assumed office, he has withheld his assent to virtually all amendments of the Electoral Act, even though he promised electoral reforms during his campaigns. What this means is that the president prefers to retain all the manifest flaws bedeviling our electoral system, from which himself and his ruling party are benefiting to the detriment of our democratic advancement. Although the president is entitled to the discretion of his assent to any bill presented to him, however, the reason adduced for the exercise of such presidential discretion must be legal and valid. It is clear that the discretion has not been properly exercised in the national interest in this particular case. I therefore urge the National Assembly to invoke the provisions of Section 58(5) of the Constitution to pass the bill into law through two-thirds majority of the House. So this speaks now to this matter. It goes to the very heart of of everything that will continue to stymie the progress of that country. This is an impasse, and we've been here before. So we continue to loop around this situation. So Buhari decides not to have free and fair elections in Nigeria because, of course, he benefited from free and fair election, and he knows that a free and fair election would remove power from him and his base and his space. So he knows that. So he then acts against democracy. So then, if he acts against democracy, then what is the recourse? The recourse then is for the Senate to force it through, because the Senate then, they are representatives of people more locally to them than the presidency. So they are representatives of constituencies who have been sent to the Senate to represent the greater will of the people. So that is the situation. But where it now falters and will continue to fall apart is that all of these senators, Malam Dundugu, Malam Bumbumbu, from wherever and however, they are just in there to go to the Senate and sleep. We see them sleeping all the time. And then when it comes time to weigh in tribal and ethnic matters, they weigh the numbers that they have packed that space with. They weigh it in tribal and ethnic directions and go back to sleep in the Senate again. So you never get those two-thirds majority to ever effect anything meaningful within that space for reasons of the Malam Bantuti and Malam Dindindi from XYZ that are all padded around that Senate space. So they'll throw religion and tribe at them, and they will line in a straight file to toe the line of their masters, and that is the end of it. So nothing is going to change. Buhari has decided that he has cancelled democracy in Nigeria, and that is the end of Solomon Grundy. So this is also the end of Solomon Grundy. Banditry has dented Nigeria's image. Farida Waziri. A former chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Farida Waziri, on Tuesday raised concerns over the declining value in the country, which she said has heightened banditry. According to her, such developments have, in turn, dented the image of the country in the Committee of Nations. Waziri spoke in Abuja during the public presentation of 4 books written by Nigeria's former ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire, Denis Okume. She said that declining values occasioned by corruption and greed were exacerbating banditry. The ex-EFCC boss therefore called on Nigerians to return to the era when there were values and every Nigerian was each other's brother's keeper. He said, or she said, it should say, she said, we never knew this banditry in those days. We were our brothers' keepers and we helped each other. People left their compounds open and nobody stole from them. So let's just pause for a moment because we hear that often that once upon a time that people left their compounds open and nobody stole from them. That was, I'm sure people of a younger generation might well find that difficult to believe. Even I somewhat find that a stretch. But there was a period in time that, there was a culture, especially in the southern parts in Yoruba land, and I think some parts of Igbo land, that people, all these farmers, etc., especially the female ones, they would put their wares, in the front of the road and put a money bag next to it, and they go about their business to go and tend their children and tidy up the house, etc. You, the buyer, then you pass by, you pick up the item that you want, you put the money in her money till. If you need change, you take the correct change and you go about your day. We had that level of honesty once upon a time in Nigeria. So when people say that, there is some truth to it. She said, "We never knew this banditry in those days. We were our brother's keepers and we helped each other. People left their compounds open and nobody stole from them. Now we hate each other. There are hate speeches. People kill each other without provocation. Do you believe that nobody has invaded Nigeria and Nigerians are killing themselves? Nigeria will outlive all of us. You are in school, they kidnap you. They take you in the forest for ages. Your parents may be carpenters. They don't even have, they don't even eat 3 square meals a day, and they should pay. Where do they get the money to pay? They take advantage of women, they kill. And how do you want people to rate Nigeria? It is about image, and image is perception. If I perceive you like a bad man, I will keep away from you. If it is a country, I wouldn't want to go there. So we have destroyed our country, and it is about greed, corruption, and every vice. And that is why I said we should go back to where we used to be. Waziri also expressed worry over a situation whereby people want to stay in office forever because of the spoils of the office. She said that people do not want to work hard and earn their money, but just want to steal government money. She said, it is about government money. They want to live big with government money. The rich, do they build factories in their villages to employ the youth? Do they build clinics? No, it is outside the country, the safe havens that they hide their money. Meanwhile, Ukume advised those agitating for secession to join hands with the federal government to build a strong, united Nigeria. Speaking on one of his books, I believe he said, it has an exclusive chapter on Ojukwu. When the late President Shehu Shagari won election, he called me and said, Dennis, I am sending you to Cote d'Ivoire as an ambassador extraordinaire. Ojukwu has expressed the desire to come back, but there are certain Igbo elements that don't want Ojukwu to come back and be part of the reconstruction program. I want you to go to Cote d'Ivoire and establish if Ojukwu is remorseful enough, recommend to me, and I will grant him amnesty. He also said that when he went there and found that Ojukwu was extremely remorseful, he recommended amnesty for him. He, Ojukwu, wept on my shoulder. He wept on the shoulder of Dr. Ali Baba, the Minister of External Affairs. He wept on the shoulder of the late Umaru Shinkafi, the Director General of National Security Organization. I went back, met with Shagari, and gave him all the details, and he graciously granted him amnesty. But today, people are still agitating for secession. They want the Biafran state, and so on and so forth. I encourage them to read my book and know how remorseful Ojukwu, who started it all, was. So there you are, Ojukwu, in tears, begging to come back to Nigeria. But then, of course, the pomposity and the arrogance of youth, they don't understand history, all this rascality, unknown gunmen, and all this foolishness. What a shame. Nigerians react as El-Rufai kneels before Buhari at Aso Rock. So the picture tells its own tale, but there's a caption to it. Nigerians on social media have reacted to a photo of Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State kneeling before President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday at the Aso Rock Villa. Correspondents report that President Buhari was on Tuesday briefed by Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State on the killing of innocent citizens in the state. The president received the governor and the commissioner for internal security and home affairs, Samuel Aruwe, at the presidential villa in Abuja. The governor stated that he came to brief the president on the gruesome murder of 40 persons in his state and asked him to deploy more security forces to the state. El-Rufai asserted that the recent declaration of bandits as terrorists has given the military more power to wage war against them. However, Nigerians uninterested in his statement were rather keen to know why the governor had knelt down whilst meeting with the president today. Others threw jab at the president for such gesture. Here are some of the reactions cooled by correspondents. Uh, Rent, I'm not going to pronounce this name because it's a bit too funky, but this is what it says. This is evidence that we are running a puppetocracy where every politician is being stringed like a puppet or licking ass just to remain in the good books of their puppet master. Where else in the world would you have seen a fellow politician kneel to the president if not in Nigeria? Now tell me, does this person have the best interest of his constituents, or is he simply looking out for himself and his political career? What a shame. So switch joy, the next person. Na him way. This one na eye service. Party ticket e no go smell. Talk more of president. So Friga 13 says, I don't agree with all El-Rufai does, but I think he would make a fine president. Another person, CM problem, whatever, show me a strong man who made himself strong without help. So back and forth, for and against. That is what it is. So people actually find it acceptable for the governor of a state to go to take the knee to the president. Unbelievable. Reps break silence on Buhari's refusal to sign electoral bill. Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbadabe-Amila has assured Nigerians that despite President Muhammadu Buhari's communicated veto on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, the House will not give up on it as it will review the issues when they are back from the Yuletide break. In a letter read to members at plenary on Tuesday, the president cited some possible challenges inherent in the recommendation for the use of only direct primaries for the election of candidates for electoral offices by political parties. The Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2021 seeks to amend certain provisions of the extant Electoral Act 2010. Part of the objective of the bill is the amendment of the present Section 87 of the Electoral Act 2010 to delete the provision for the conduct of indirect primaries in the nomination of party candidates, such that party candidates can henceforth only emerge through direct primaries. The president noted that after a careful review of the bill, the pertinent issues implicated are as follows to wit: the conduct of direct primaries across 8,809 words across the length and breadth. The conduct of direct primaries across 8,809 wards across the length and breadth of the country would lead to significant spike in the cost of conducting primary elections by parties, as well as increase in the cost of monitoring such elections by INEC, who has to deploy monitors across these wards each time a party is to conduct direct primaries for the presidential, gubernatorial, and legislative post. The indirect consequences of the issues of high cost and monetization are that it will rise financial crimes and constitute further strain on the economy. It will also stifle smaller parties without the enormous resources required to mobilize all party members for the primaries. This is not healthy for the sustenance of a multi-party democracy in Nigeria, adding that the process will also put a strain on the security forces, which may need to be deployed amongst other issues. The speaker, in his speech to set pace for the House's winding down business for the year, specifically on the electoral bill, however, noted that the bill must survive. By the time we resume next year, we will be closer to the end of our tenures. The national elections rapidly approaching. In the past, election years have witnessed a decline in governance activities as political pursuits cloud the calendar. That will not be the case this time around. As you are aware, we have a legislative agenda in this ninth House of Representatives, which we tag our contract with Nigerians. I expect that we will do everything within our power to keep the commitments we made in that document so that when we appear before our various constituencies, we can stand tall in the knowledge that despite challenges and difficulties, we did what we promised to do, and given a chance again, we'll do even more. This year, despite the differences of opinion, all of us in the House of Representatives and indeed the entire National Assembly worked to pass the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. We included in that bill provisions we hoped will significantly enhance the conduct of our national elections and improve public confidence in our electoral outcomes. As it is now, that bill has not received presidential assent and it falls to Parliament to decide the best way forward. When we return in the new year, we will resume our efforts to reform the electoral system in our country, and we will do it together. That is what the Nigerian people expect of us, and we will do our duty for God and country. Whichever way it pans out, we must not throw out the baby with the bath water, and must deliver a credible and enduring electoral system for Nigerians. Every law is a living document, and as long as it has breath, it must survive. So, a totality, a farrago of nonsense, a farrago of nonsense. So, he said a lot without actually saying anything. Blah, 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 and gobbledygook. That is what he has to say. So we go back now to a story that we treated at great length just a few sessions ago about the goings on, somewhat of cannibalism in the eastern quarters. IPOB stands accused, and of course, they write to reply. IPOB denounces cannibalism, says alleged cannibals arrested in Southeast, not members of pro-Biafra group. So this is a story that has been brought forth by Charlie Boy. He sends this in. So they are not actually denying the practice in the Southeast. They're just denying that it is not their members. So this is the thing. Listen to what we're talking about, by the way. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB has denied that any of its members are cannibals following the recent arrest of alleged cannibals said to be member of the pro-Biafra group and its militia wing, Eastern Security Network ESN. The group also blamed the Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma for the recent abduction and gruesome killings of traditional rulers in the state. It disclosed this in a statement by its spokesperson, Ima Powerful, which has been made available to correspondents on Tuesday. The statement reads, following the incessant abduction, kidnapping, and killing of innocent citizens of Imo by the hoodlums recruited by Hope Uzodinma to implicate IPOB and ESN operatives in Biafra land, with the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, under the command and leadership of our great leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to once again dissociate our gallant ESN operatives from these dastardly acts and barbarity. The general public should understand that those behind the orgy of kidnapping and barbaric killing in Imo State have no link whatsoever with the ESN inaugurated by our leader in December 2020. The monsters recruited and nurtured by Hope Uzodinma and his co-travelers are the ones unleashing mayhem on our people in their desperation to demonize ESN personnel and IPOB volunteers. We strongly condemn the cannibalism and atrocities of this criminal. So it's not a denial, but a condemnation. So you have to note that, because that is quite pertinent. So it is considered that that is practice in that space, but they are passing the buck as to who is practicing it. So IPOB is not saying that they don't have cannibalism in the East. They're just saying that their members do not practice it. So this is, oh my God, oh Jesus Christ, we strongly condemn the cannibalism and atrocities of these criminals. The camp found in Nkwere and other places where they roast people and kept kidnapped victims in the camp is not IPOB/ASN camp. We have nothing in common with the agents of death, and we don't engage in barbarities and cannibalisms of sorts. What is happening in Imo State, particularly, it goes on to list areas and their environs, and the entire Ihalia local government area of Anambra State are the original plans of Hope Uzodinma to demonize Biafra agitators and ESN operatives and tag them as criminals, but unfortunately his plan failed him. His boys have turned their weapons against his people. IPOB/ASN operatives don't engage in barbarity. That is not part of their mandate. They are out to defend them against Fulani terrorists and headsmen. So there you are. So those are the talking points. So now let's see if we have some talking heads. So there it is. Okay. So Thomas, we see you. Tonius, we see you. Emeka, we see you. The mighty Prof, we see you, and Charlie Boy. And Charlie Boy, hold on. Charlie Boy, we see you. Good to see you all, gentlemen. Good to have you on board. So, let's see, who's the noisemaker? It's already Emeka already making noise even before the session starts. So there's no change there, is there? But let's just keep him steady for a moment as we go to Prof. And this now, cannibalism in the East. This is a story submitted by Charles, an Igbo man himself. So what's this practice then? Roasting human part.
I like the response. Okay. Hello, good day to everybody in the house.
Good day to you.
I like the response you read out from ESN or IPOB. It's not that it does not exist. It's not only in Igbo land cannibalism exists. It's not only in Nigeria. It exists every part of the world. Now, this Hope Uzodinma, whom I prefer to call Hopeless Uzodinjo, is doing everything to please those people in the caliphate. There's no doubt about it. If he thinks he will succeed, he should know he's just facing failure fully. And that's what's going to happen to him sooner or later. That's my response on that. Those people involved in the cannibalism, if it exists, is a very, very profane practice. I don't support it. You understand? But for him to link it with ESN or try to, make it be, shows ESN, it's not true. And I'm laughing, he says he will expose the people. Let him go and expose the people. But if his intent is to expose the people and, cook some stories and make ESN or IPOB to it, he's not doing well. I don't know why that man has chosen to behave like that, but I'm not surprised. He has eaten Jacob's porridge. That's simple.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Prof. And to...
but Prof, can I ask Prof a question?
Okay.
Do you know more than the governor of the state?
Let me tell you, my brother. Please, may I know whom gave me
Thomas.
Okay, let me tell you. We all know whom Nigeria is. We all know governors cook fake news. It's just like Lai Mohammed as the Minister of Information that lies and lies and lies. the governor can play the role of the informational mouthpiece of the state. So I don't need a prophet to tell me that he's lying. And I also know that I cannot know more than him. But one thing I know, which he may know everything, but this one, which I know is not only it I know, is that he's lying. Quote me. Quote Prof. Dr. O. December 21, 2000. And I mean, Prof. Dr. O. December 21, 2021.
You don't have confidence in what you're
Tuesday.
saying. Look at how you are fumbling in the lips, Prof. You don't have confidence in what you are saying.
I have confidence, full confidence. So I am not. Why am I saying? Among all the people that speak on this, I'm one of the people that bring out their faces now.
Yes.
Yeah. So you should know that I'm not shaking. So I know the man is just trying to please his caliphate, his company in the caliphate. There's no doubt about it.
All right. Prof, so to MALLAM Buhari's refusal to sign, to assent to the electoral reform bill, which of course would have set us on the path of a more credible and a more transparent election. You know, we've spoken at length about transmitting of results, so all of that now cancelled out because by the time they get back to it, it's already too late for this election. So the Aboki strikes again, cancels free and fair election in Nigeria under any guise.
My dear, it's sad though, but don't be you shouldn't be surprised because that's how he came into power. There's a high probability that he's going to, do that because I thought that man when he came into power, we all know how he came into power, but when he was up against what's his name, the PDP. We all know he rigged the election. But whatever be the case, the man hasn't proven that he's a credible man. That is just the thing about it, And he should allow this election to be aired. Let's see the truth and see whom will win. You understand? Because we all know what is involved in electronic manipulation. It's one kind of manipulation you can't easily, if the experts are involved in it, if they can easily find their way. But when it's being aired, there's a tendency of at least checkmating it because at least what's going on in this side. It will be recorded. It will be documented.
Do you think the House of Assembly can do anything about it? They will huff and puff, but then just go home. What is Ahmed Lawan going to do with what Buhari says is going to?
Ahmed Lawan no be Buhari person now. So as far as the man did that seat, he will easily find his way, unless if those in the House of Assembly stand up. Because I remember during Obasanjo's time when he wanted to, I think seek for a third term. I remember the committee that was involved in handling that matter was late Ojukwu. And when I heard, I knew that Obasanjo won't have his way. I can't remember the name of it, but he was the one. And that person's quite somebody credible. I knew Obasanjo would have his way. And if they have people that are credible and if they're willing to stand up, they will be able to have their way. But the only thing, this Senate, the caliber of people there, they just, as I said, they huff and puff and they tilt themselves towards pleasing the president. That's all.
It'd be interesting to see how that space plays out. The elections in 14 months' time, 14 months. So they go on recess for the festive period. So they come back round about February thereabout. Then they settle into matters, and before you know it, the politics has taken over. So I cannot see this bill being revisited. So
no.
There's been no electoral reform. There's been no progress in firming up democracy within the Nigerian space throughout the entirety of Buhari's tenure, because all he has done is to protect the apparatus of rigging.
Of course, you understand. I just don't know. The thing is that almost every day we keep getting news, things that are not pleasant towards the progress of this nation. And I don't know why it's so, but it's simply because, they say fish starts decaying from the head. And that is the problem about that. Understand?
All right. You're talking about fish decaying from the head. This viral picture, you must have seen it, of El-Rufai on his knees in Aso Rock in servitude and reverence to Buhari. Have you ever seen such a thing?
I haven't seen the news. Thank God for your show, but you see,
Yes.
I like that comment. The first comment with respect to that news, the guy just described it very well. Nigeria is already, is puppetry or the puppetography. Puppets. They have the puppet master drawing the strings. Most of the politicians, they are pleased to be puppets. They're just pleased to be puppets. And see, I don't need a prophet to tell me that man kneeling down is acting.
I've posted it. I've posted it in the comment section. If you want to look at it, if you get it done, it's one of the most shocking things you would see in a. It's quite shocking, And then he made the guy that followed him to this thing bow. He said it's quite disgraceful, totally on his knees, so complete servitude, compliance, just absolute reverence, and the guy looks down at him as though God looking down. And this is what we are running in Nigeria. This is democracy in Nigeria. That what you are looking at is the version, the democracy Nigeria style. That is it, right there.
Of course.
That is what we are practicing as them.
I don't, how you
do is Nigerian democracy right there.
Some people, I've heard people describe our democracy as demon crazy, or what I call it, the crazed set of individuals. Yes, people were killed in that place, but even at that, I don't think that will make is what warrants him to go near it, and he doesn't care to be aired. No,
you go to him, you shake his hand. If you want to acknowledge his seniority by position and age, you tilt your head somewhat in some form of deference. But look at, my goodness me, I don't even think people greet their parents in that manner. Complete compliant submission, I wonder how he worships God if it's that reverential to Buhari. I wonder how this guy
God he worships. God. He worships Allah, and I'm sorry to say it, Allah and God, they're different.
Let's not
say that. No, we're not opening. That's why I said sorry to say it. I'm just saying it. I won't like us to go into it. If anyone wants to go into it, I can drop my email with contact to speak on that one. But the truth of the matter is just, he's not doing well. He's not doing well. And it's very
quite
important.
Disgraceful. Yeah, but you see that image for me, it captures the Buhari tenor right there. Deferential, reverential, imperialistic, emperor-like style, master servant, dominance, all of that. Nothing that is democratic, but all of it encapsulated and raptured in that image.
That is whom Buhari, that's whom that entity in Aso Rock is.
And by the way, what El-Rufai represents is Nigeria in that image. That is Nigeria. That is Nigeria's relationship with Buhari, on its knees in servitude and supplication, and Buhari looking down like a god. This is it.
Well,
it's quite upsetting, but that's it right there. But anyway, sometimes it just weighs on you because the journey from that image to what Nigeria should be is a very long and a very tortuous and a very brutal one. How can we escape from there if that is where we are? How can we escape from there?
Now? That's why sometimes when I see what's going on in this nation, it's just like one day people enter a real rampage and just destroy all these political people that have been recycled, destroy them from their roots and have a fresh regime. Honestly, because the thing just goes on and on. I remember today a show I was listening to someone saying Nigeria people at the age of 55 are not meant to rule this nation. This nation is too complex for them. But you see, someone maybe 70 years, he forged his age, he's still there. And he forged his age under oath. He'll swear on be under oath and take the oath of office like that. And someone will do something less like that than that. They go and capture the person. It's very sad.
This Nigeria people are pushing for. This is a disgrace.
What do you know about anything, Charles? And what are you talking about?
What Pop saying? Nigeria people, they got nailed down to Buhari. This Nigeria get paid. This is one Nigeria for people.
No, it's a differential society. Nigeria is a differential society. You deference to your elders. I know you don't have it in the East, but most of because I don't think you don't prostrate in the East, do you?
No, we don't do that. We don't do that. Though sometimes you can just like bow your head before an elderly man or greet, but it's not it's something designated in our culture.
So
most of the other cultures in Nigeria are differential.
Okay, but do you think that that's a bad thing that we don't do that?
No. It's the way you are. Like you're a tribesman, as I said the other day. So yeah, so that's a tribal thing, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I disagree.
One of the questions that you asked, I thought it was funny when you talked about the electoral bill, and then you talked about some of the reasons that they thought it wasn't a good idea, and you posed I think they posed a lot of economic reasons. And the thing that immediately came to my mind was when did Nigeria start to become fiscally responsible? When did it become important for them to start to think about?
Yes, it's quite ludicrous, isn't it?
And then you notice that. So that's one thing. I mean, just in that, it's a sham. But then you notice Nigeria is also, it tries to present itself as a pace setter when it wants to. For instance, when you think about the digital currency, right? It was so important to Nigeria to come out and say, one of the first countries, if not the first country in the world.
No, one of the top four, yes.
Yeah, one of the top 4 countries in the world to, have a digital currency, right? So not everyone has a technology background, but you have to sort of use a little bit of imagination. If Nigeria can come up with a mechanism for digitizing their entire currency, I think it's probably along the same line, and they had the funds to do that.
It's not a mechanism; it's a spend. They didn't innovate technology; they just bought into it.
Yeah, they bought it. Sure. So it was a part of their capital expenditures. It was part of their budget for that year. But they did it, right? So my point is that if they can come and spend that amount of money, why can't they spend the same amount of money to have elections done on blockchain where everyone is
look at that
voting?
Yeah, funny guy.
No, but what he's saying is making sense.
No. The country that does not have electricity, you are asking them to.
Can I speak though? Let me finish my thought.
No, you're being ludicrous. That's a ludicrous idea. What are you talking
about? Is it
about?
Ludicrous to think that the entire country would be using digital currency? I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing. It has nothing to do with the fact that they don't have electricity. The fact
no. The digital currency is for a peculiar economic space. It's not for the totality. It's just another option that is available as part of the monetary space.
I can't agree with Mac on this one. 100%.
What I'm saying as someone who understands engineering, right? It's not.
What do you mean you understand that? That has no meaning. What are you trying to Don't try and browbeat anyone here. What are you doing? Speak to logic. What do you say you understand? What engineering do you understand?
Computer science,
Professor the whole place is packed with that. But I say what you have to say. If it stands to logic,
allow him to speak now.
The guy is like Pansat somewhat. But go on.
Okay, I mean, forget about what I know and just think about just general knowledge, right? So blockchain technology is something that lots of people have already studied, and obviously Nigeria studied it somewhat because they were able to go to a third-party company in the Caribbean and have them digitize their entire currency. If you read up just a little bit on blockchain technology, you'll see that it's not far-fetched for Nigeria to be an innovator in the space of elections when it comes to blockchain technology as well. And it has nothing. Right. And it has nothing.
All right, fine. No, I don't actually entirely disagree with that. So yeah, that's a valid point. But
so my point is that Nigeria, if you look at Nigeria's plays, what they actually do, they try to present themselves as a very innovative country when it suits them. But the things that actually would make a difference in the democracy, creating a blockchain way of everyone voting, They have no interest in that, and they'll come up with all sorts of reasons. This is the
No,
first.
no, no. Hold on. Just because you've happened upon the idea doesn't mean it's in common parlance. So you've happened upon an idea. So that's just you have a suggestion. Is all you're saying. So don't grandstand on some idea you happened upon.
Okay, well, my bigger point, and again, it's not about me. My bigger point is that if you look at what Nigeria does in terms of what it actually does, the actions that it actually takes, Nigeria will, in one hand, say, oh, we're this very, forward-thinking African country, and we make moves for the benefit of our society. But when you actually think, okay, they spent $2 billion US dollars constructing a railroad in the north to nowhere. Are you saying that it would cost more than $2 billion for them to innovate a simple way of doing elections? They simply don't want to do it.
Yeah, no, it's misdirected funds. So that's fine. But thank you. But just round off that thought so I can go back to Prof.
The reality is that I'm glad we're having the conversation, because the citizens of Nigeria really just have to ask themselves a simple question, and it's quite rhetorical. Do the elected officials actually want to do what's in the best interest of citizens?
No, they don't.
Like you said, it's rhetorical.
The resounding answer is no. So we shouldn't be surprised when they don't pass legislations that would benefit democracy. And in fact, we shouldn't really even be talking about 2023. It seems like everyone's hyper focused on 2023. Why should we be talking about 2023?
Why not? There are elections coming up, and it changes government to be effective.
I think if the city, let me just give
is that not important?
Well, no, because it's not
an election to take place and a change in government to be effected. It's
actually not important. It's actually not important.
Right.
Because the last time I was in Nigeria, which was just several months ago, I was in Lagos, and I asked one of my cab drivers, I said, when do you think there's going to be constant electricity in Nigeria? And he said, that's not my problem. That's a problem for the government. And that's a big problem if the mentality of the citizenry is like that. It is your problem. It is
no. How is it his problem?
Oh my! It's not okay. So see, this is the problem.
No. Answer the question. How is it his problem?
Because he doesn't. He lives in a society without light. He lives in a society that literally lives in darkness in the 21st century.
No, he did not say. Hold on. You have to understand what is being said to you and in the nuance, because it looks as though you are one of those people who is already at that destination, and then you then ratchet the conversation to that space. That guy was not saying to you that it is not his concern. He said it is not his problem. It is not something that he can take on personally. But did you ask him if it is his concern?
No, he was clearly.
No, those are two distinct and different things.
I know, but no,
it is not his problem. It's different from it is not his concern. Did he say it's not his concern? Did he say that?
No, we talked about it not being. We talked about it, him being concerned about it, but at the exact same time, he felt that it wasn't his place in order to figure out any sort of solution. He divested that to the government of Nigeria. And that is a problem because
how so?
Because every single citizen of any country.
Hold on. Let's start. Did he express that it is a concern that the country doesn't have electricity?
Yes,
it might not. It did express that.
Yes,
okay, but he said it's not his problem. So why then is that a bother to you?
If you can't see why it's everyone's problem.
No, explain to me. So if I can't see, it's also
explain to me. Let me explain it. Every single citizen in a country, it's their problem how their society operates. Right. If you want to live in a world where we just
made the distinction between problem and concern now. So you are going off the basis of that distinction.
I'm saying it's your problem if you live in a society that's not working for you.
Right.
I mean, how is that's the most? If you can't agree with that, I don't know how Nigeria will ever be a country.
You see, I think what I get what you get. Nigerians are dumb.
No, they're not. It's not. No.
Hold on. Let him follow through.
No, don't do that.
Hold on, Emeka.
I got to defend white.
No, I can't allow you to call them dumb.
No. I'll allow it. No. We know Charles. Charles is a solid member of this. So yes, say what you wanted to say, Charles.
I'm saying America is white. They want to make us white. You two in Nigeria. Nigeria are dumb. Something they want to say the truth. That's when it's mad.
Come
Nigerians
inside.
waking from the sleep. They don't hear the truth. That's what it's mad. That's what they go and kill like chicken. That's the truth. They want to hear the truth, and that's what other African countries are.
Hold on, Charles. There's very few truths that are absolute. Listen to this very carefully, Charles. There are very few truths that are absolute. Truth is relative to politics, understanding, and pecuniary interest. So truth is always relative, except in instances that they are absolute. So don't say they don't want to understand the truth because they don't see your perspective.
Okay, woman, you're correct. It's not his problem that he lives in a society. It's only the government's problem that the citizens.
No, you hold on. What that guy was saying to you, because you are trying to vest upon somebody that's a taxi driver, the intellectualism that you were trying to bring to a conversation.
It's everyone's responsibility in order to make this.
No, you are completely mistaken. You are completely.
That is the reason why Nigeria is the way that Nigeria
you don't get it. This is why I said you come with a prejudice. I'm not going at you personally, but your narrative and sort of shtick is a prejudiced one.
Well,
hold on.
Ask if anyone else here agrees with me.
No, well, it doesn't matter. I disagree with you. So this is the whole point. Everybody else can agree with you, and I disagree. That doesn't make you right or wrong. It's not by numbers. It is either right or wrong. It's not how many people say it's right or wrong. It's not by numbers. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that the conversation that you, at your intellectual level, were trying to have with a taxi driver who I'm presuming is not your intellectual equal, is an unfair balance. And for you then to take at your intellectual level his expression as he knows it, as indicative of a malaise in his understanding, is somewhat unfair. That is a prejudiced view.
I'm not trying to.
Prof, you're on speaker. Prof.
Eh?
You're on speaker. You're on speaker.
My speaker?
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm not trying to say his intellectual level has anything to do with our conversation. It's very basic.
You cannot determine how he would be. He expressed
I'm not trying
concern.
to determine how he would be. All I'm saying, it doesn't take a genius to realize that if you are in a society, you have a responsibility towards how your society is operating. It is everyone's responsibility.
And did he distance himself from that responsibility?
So what he said, he showed concern for the fact that there literally has not been lights in Nigeria for forever. There's generations have come and gone in Nigeria, and they've never enjoyed 2 weeks of constant electricity. He thought it was a problem, and he expressed concern with it. But where I think he could improve, where I think a lot of people in Nigeria could potentially improve, is that he doesn't feel that it's his problem. He doesn't, whether there's light.
Okay, did you take him to that conversational space?
Yes.
And then how did he interact with that understanding that you were trying to get across to him?
He was like, I'm not in the government. It's not my, I'm not what can I, it's not me. It's the government. That's what that's my point. So
all right, okay, but he's not. Well, man, come on, man. If you don't get it, one of us is either being somewhat dumb in this conversation.
Here's a simple way to prove my point. The country that you're in right now,
yes,
if there was no light for 1 month, what do you think the citizens would do? Please answer that question.
I don't know. That's never been an instance.
Okay, but no, just play along here. If there was 1 month of no electricity in the country you're living in right now, what do you think the average citizen?
Look, that is the point you are trying to make is somewhat puerile and jejune. Look, you cannot draw parallels between Nigeria and you cannot. Come on, man. What are you doing?
I'm talking about.
Okay, hold on.
Responsibility that every single person in the society feels towards the experience that they're having in that society.
Can you hold on? You cannot draw parallels between Nigeria and especially a Western-style democracy.
Nigerians do it all
because
the time.
The evolutionary trajectory and the balance of space and understanding is completely. There's a chasm there. There's a chasm in understanding. There's a chasm in orientation. There's a chasm in expectation. There's a chasm in citizen participation. There's a chasm in the evolution of democracy. There's a chasm in human rights and the rights of citizens. There's a chasm that goes what
I think
3-4
that's the easy
centuries
way
deep.
out. I think that's the easy way
Is
out.
that not the case?
No,
Emeka, can I help you out?
You don't know what you're
Emeka,
talking about, my man.
Emeka, please, let me interject. Let me help you out.
Don't
Maybe
interject
someone else
because
can
you're just
articulate
going
my
to
point
say
better than me.
something.
I'll yield it to Tony. I think
60 years, no light, one man. You stop talking Cassimi and then kinetic grammar. You know, let's have light. Three months is enough to provide light for the country.
All right.
Right on, Emeka.
All right, thank you. Let's get back to Prof, who had the floor, but as ever, Emeka, he will hijack it with this Biafra Jim Jam. So we'll come to your Biafra Jim Jam in a moment, but let's get back to Professor Data O and speak to a more, steady opinion. So round off your thoughts then on the Rankadede of El-Rufai to his Lord and Master.
The Rankadede, as I said, number one, I keep saying, I think that thing is just pretense. I see it as, I see it as, what's his name? El-Rufai being involved in an act, you understand? And maybe he didn't do his job well in protecting the people, the innocent people that were killed. And he goes down to kneel. I just see it as pretense. I just see it like he's meant to be prosecuted, but, his pretense, is just like a cover-up to say that, okay, he regrets his action. But actually, it's not so. That's how I see it. And any other person will even prostrate to Buhari, and maybe in a more degrading manner. If El-Rufai prostrated in such a manner, maybe if any other person goes to prostrate, it will be even more, like call it, disgraceful compared to what El-Rufai displayed before the social media and public.
All right. Has your daughter started nursery school yet, or is she still with Coco Melon? Are you still doing Coco Melon?
No. Yeah. You can go your Coco Melon, isn't it? 2 years?
Don't go and flog out.
All right.
Don't go and flog out.
No,
why should I'm not flogging her now?
You know what, Professor Zataho, it doesn't actually strike me as somebody that will even raise his voice as his children. Never. You see how steady he always is with everything. But banditry has dented Nigeria's image, says Farida Waziri, erstwhile EFCC chairperson, and then she's of course just lamenting to just the reputational damage. Because Buhari may be taking all this Rankadede kneeling in Nigeria, but the country itself is on its knees in the international community. Because if you look at the narrative of Nigeria, there's never any good news that comes out of the space, especially under this administration of Aboki from Daura. It's savagery, banditry. You know what is making the news now internationally? It's the storyline of a soldier woman that was proposed to by her fiancé, who was a youth corper, and then they locked her up for taking a wedding ring whilst on duty. This is what the Buhari administration are doing, and this is all over the international news. So that's reputational damage now that has been inflicted on the country as a result of this Aboki's Fulanization agenda. To that, Prof.
Okay, now, you see, the so-kind Buhari entity Nasorok, the so-kind Garba Shehu, Femi Adesina, and La Mohammed, whomever is involved in or communication, let them. I have to ask them one question: is there a designated place, manner, environment for a lady not accept wedding ring? She can accept it anywhere. What kind of nonsense that that it wasn't yesterday you aired that news. She can accept that ring anywhere. Macho Man did his own in the ring. Who banned him? He was on duty, he did his own in the ring. Well, then what's wrong with this? I just see the government, our government somehow make matters as if it's an eyesore. I don't see anything wrong that lady did. I remember yesterday, I like how you meted out points that proved they're wrong. Number one, it was just a proposal. The so-kind voice of whomever, I don't know if it's Malami or whomever. Say, okay, the commandant of the NYSC camp in Kwara was saying that it's a marriage. Was it marriage? After all, NYSC, one of the reasons for NYSC is to foster unity among geopolitical zones, among ethnic groups. So, that action, the copper and the female soldier were engaged in is to foster unity, because I know they're from different backgrounds. So why are they trying to work against it? The lady, you don't blame the lady. Maybe she hasn't had any person that has told her, will you marry me? And she didn't want to make, dash that opportunity. So I don't see why the government is behaving abnormally.
The window of opportunity to get married is very narrow.
Yes, getting narrow.
It's only really once that you meet the right person for you. And if you lose that window, you may well get married later, but then you look back to the past to either say, he got away or she got away, and then you draw parallel. So that may well be that moment in time for that girl.
Yes.
And why would she not? Her heart leads her to it. She says yes. She hugs, and a guy proposed to you, and then you hug him, and they say that is amorous relationship. These are the Fulani rules. Was she meant to shake his hand and pat him on the back for the what is the expectation? Shake his hand and pat him on the back and say, "Well done."
Don't mind the government.
What are these people?
It's the same government.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in now, engineer.
Greetings to everyone. One man and Prof.
Yes.
You see, we are in democracy. We are no more in the military regime. The military will get upset and takes law into their hand. What really happened at that moment is a kind of like a total disgrace into the military for, arresting that lady and put her in the cell. That's number one blunder. And number two, like I always said, the so-called elite, the vagabonds we have in that seat, what are they doing? Imagine this video is this narrative is worldwide. Everybody's watching. How do you think they will be looking at Nigerian army, Nigerian leaders, Nigerian government into this matter? It's a simple logic thing. Army, any uniform man, you can engage them, you can, it's just a basic, simple something. I don't see reason why. Why on earth, when it comes to Nigeria, Nigerian thing is completely different. Does that mean that the leaders, they are uneducated or uncivilized or what?
Yes, both of those things.
It's just a very, very pity that Nigerian army could even take that action on that poor lady. That's the most highest disgrace in Nigeria. Honestly, Nigeria, no, they need to reform that country. Honestly, because the way things are going now, that means in the democracy we are today, nobody can come out and express their feelings to the world. You'll be arrested. It's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, engineer, you just said the truth. I keep saying one thing that pains me in the nation these days. I don't know, the leaders there don't want to make corrections. They don't want to foster unity. All they do is bring out statements, maybe in the past or in the present. Okay, I think, is it the same Waziri that was the one that wrote the book? Mentioned of Ojukwu, mentioned of people that want to secede or whatever. They have failed. They have failed to address the reason why these people want to secede.
Hey, Prof, I have a quick question. What engineer just said in this topic of this girl, getting thrown in the jail for accepting a proposal, just like the issue of no light. Is that your problem? Do you see the reaction to how she was treated? Do you see that as being your problem? I know you're concerned by it, but is that your problem?
I won't say it's really my problem, but I'm really concerned. I will just put it in these words. I'm really concerned because it can easily happen to someone the next day. You understand? Okay, they may set a precedence, and you know how things go on. When they set a precedent, they say, okay, they refer it was done with Mrs. A, it was done with Mrs. B, without knowing that it's something wrong.
So you don't think it's really your problem. So the problem is it's the government, right? It's the government's problem, and the government needs to solve those problems. Is that right?
Yeah, the government has to solve the problem. They have to stop this nonsense, because
I think that's where I think your response to that is where I disagree with you. And that's just my take. The reason why I asked one man what would happen in the country he's living in if there was no light for an entire month. I want him to.
Okay. Hold on, Emeka. This is what happened to that girl. Hopefully, I don't get kicked out or frozen out. But this is what led to the locking up of this young army lady. And that is it. So that is what is amorous relationship. That is flouting the rules. That is putting yourself on social media. And this is why they want to behead this girl.
If anyone thinks that the international community can look lower on Nigeria than it currently looks on Nigeria, I think you'll be shocked. The international
they just continue to shoot themselves in the foot.
The international community, just to be honest, and I don't want it to seem like I'm talking down on Nigeria, but the international community really.
You're not talking down on Nigeria. Is that not from the day you came in here? You don't know.
I mean, to be a true patriot, I think you have to tell the truth, right? And I think that in reality, Nigeria is looked at by the rest of the world as like a joke. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I grew up in an environment that was mainly not Black people, mainly not Africans, mainly not Nigerians. So, and I have a lot of friends in a lot of these places, and I feel that, and especially,
are you claiming that you are white now? What are you doing? What are you doing? The first time you came here boasting that you are rich, now you are claiming you are white.
That's I'm not going to.
Do you have some complex? Do you have some? Are you having some Freudian issues?
No,
are you having some Freudian issues?
Freud generally talked about sexual problems, and
he talked about issues of the mind as well. Yeah, you having some
Sigmund Freud was a smart guy, but he had a lot of things. I actually followed the Carl
Jung. Mosquito never bite Emeka yet.
Look, I know he wants to affect.
But anyway, to my actual point,
he wants to affect a persona in here. Don't affect the persona. Just be yourself.
I'm being myself. This is 100% me. I can never.
You're saying the truth, man.
Don't Nigeria make mosquito bite you.
Bro, like my blood is 100% pure. Typhoid can't stop me. Like just because I was born in America, I'm the most erotic person you can even meet. So anyway, look, these people are laughing at Nigeria behind closed doors. They're literally laughing at Nigeria. They don't respect.
Why behind closed doors? What is the fear that they have to hide it away?
It's not a fear, but
so why can't they openly laugh at Nigeria then?
It's not politically correct.
Why not?
Politically correct.
Why not? What's the downside?
Like, okay, let me give you an example. If you're here in America, and let's say you're not, you disagree with, let's say, homosexuality, right? Even if you disagree with homosexuality, if you are in a corporate environment and you openly disagree with homosexuality, you'll be fired. We have a cancel culture in America.
That's a false analogy.
It's not a false analogy. I'm giving you.
All right, sorry, Emeka. Let Prof round off his thought. Otherwise, you just spiral us into another 6-hour session. But thank you. I'll come to you next and give you that space then to do your jibba jabba. But then, Prof, back to you.
Okay, so on that issue of the news, that about the woman locked up. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything the woman did wrong. The people that locked her up should eat their humble pie and release her, and even go on to console and compensate her, because they disgraced her. They locking her up. I don't believe saying a cell, na gadroom they go lock them up. Even though gadroom na cell, but Nigeria they go lock them up. So that's what they should do. And I think I'll comment on that. Is it that same Waziri that mentioned he wrote a book and mentioned about Ojukwu, how he...
No. She was, yeah, thank you. So that's the latter half of that. So yeah, thank you for reminding me of that,
Yeah.
Prof. She was at the book launch of this guy that
Okay.
wrote this book. So this now your champion Ojukwu, weeping like a baby, begging to be granted amnesty by Shagari so that he can come back to Nigeria on his knees, begging like a baby. They couldn't console him, begging to come back to Nigeria, that he regrets his action. And Nnamdi Kanu now jumping up and down, and his adherents like Emeka coming here to speak grammar, but they are alpha one. They are alpha one. Hold on. This wasn't even Waziri saying this. This was Dennis Ukume. So Kong Igbo guy telling us what happened. That their alpha one was weeping like a baby, begging.
Nigeria hasn't won. Nigeria hasn't won.
To me, that news of Ojukwu begging, I don't really believe he begged like a baby. I can agree he begged, but not like a baby. I think there's exaggeration.
Stay there, Prof. Stay
Uh-huh.
there. Hold on. When the late President Shehu Shagari won the election, he called me and said, Dennis, I am sending you to Cote d'Ivoire as ambassador extraordinaire. Ojukwu has expressed the desire to come back, but there are certain Igbo elements that don't want Ojukwu to come back and be part of the reconciliation program. So that's another element already, the well-documented treachery that you have in the East. So that's one element, but it carries on. I want you to go to Cote d'Ivoire and establish if Ojukwu is remorseful enough. Recommend to me, and I will grant him amnesty. It takes a thief to catch a thief, so he sends the Igbo man then to go and report back if the alpha one of the Igbos was on his knees. So that's that. So it carries on. It says, he also said that when he went there and found Ojukwu was extremely, a qualified statement then, extremely remorseful, he recommended amnesty for him. So he carries on still. He, Ojukwu, wept on my shoulders. So he wept on the Dennis Akume's shoulders. So you say he didn't weep like a baby. He didn't stop there. He went on the shoulders of Dr. Ali Baba. Sorry, let me take that again. He, Ojukwu, wept on my shoulders. He wept on the shoulders of Dr. Ali Baba, the Minister of External Affairs. So that's number two. So the crying carries on, but you say it's not like a baby. But did it stop? No. He wept on the shoulders of late Umaru Shinkafi, the Director General of National Security Organization. I came back, met with Shagari, and gave him all the details, and he graciously granted him amnesty. But today, people are still agitating for secession. They want the Biafran state, and so on and so forth. I encourage them to read my book and know how remorseful Ojukwu, who started it all, was. He wept like a baby.
Okay. Whatever be it, I would say I've never investigated it. I don't know, but to me, I still believe strongly.
No, the man on the ground now.
I do belong rolling on the ground, though, leaning on shoulder. I don't believe it reached that magnitude. That's how they're describing it. But there's one thing I want to say here. You see, the Shagari's approach was good. See, if such is what goes on here, because what brought about this cessation of a matter of Nnamdi Kanu is simple. We all know, I'm happy, I think either yesterday or 2 days ago, someone on this platform mentioned Nnamdi Kanu started as a one Nigerianist, and that is very, very true. But what brought about this cessation is when the magnitude of the what I call it maltreatment went off gear. Then he told that line. Sunday Igboho, the same thing. So this government, they're not ready to reconcile. They're not ready to call people to the table to discuss it. I think with this entity of Nasir Buhari, I think this time he made a statement that I can't remember exactly how the statement, but in simple terms, that statement was why should he negotiate for with IPOB or IPOP. But him and his colleagues go on negotiating with bandits. Him and his colleagues, they go on saying, indicating that a repentant Boko Haram can become president. That's doing the wrong thing. You understand? So, what Shagari did, I never knew that's what he did, but that's a very good approach. You understand?
You see the issue, Prof.
I wonder if Shagari stipulated that Ojukwu should call him daddy before he granted. Can you speculate there? Did he call Shagari daddy? Did he call Shagari
what
daddy?
if he called him? I'm not bad. I'm not. That's what he decided to do. But what I'm happy is the action of come back. Let's be with us. We're not seeing you as an enemy. But what's going on these days is the Igbo people were seen as an enemy. I heard a news that was it Biden? There was a weapon, I think a type of an aircraft, a war aircraft, something like that. He wanted to give the Nigerian government, but he made it clear, don't use it in the South. He just didn't make that statement casual because he knew that there's a tendency of these guys using it.
But that wasn't the quote, though, that don't use it in the South. The quote is that only use it to fight the insurgency that you.
Okay, maybe I quoted wrong, but I've heard it. I've heard this statement on some platforms. So whatever be the case, the truth of the matter is the nation, as far as I'm concerned, they're not addressing what should be addressed.
So it is your assertion then, Prof, that Ojukwu would not have buckled to the point of calling Shagari daddy. You don't think he would have done that?
I think he could call him daddy. I don't see it being wrong because you can easily call your president a daddy because in actual sense they're performing that role of a daddy. The president is like the daddy of the nation. You understand? So I don't see him that wrong. I don't see it wrong. I fault the leaders we have now. They don't want to foster any form of unity in this nation, and that is something that's not good.
Yes? All right. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Charles, you wanted to quickly say before I go on to Emeka.
Prof, you make a statement. You say why the Nigerian government don't want to seek the IPOB. You mean I think Nigerian government is scared for the happen to they're scared for to leave. I think they're scared. Because
a way, the truth of the matter is, no, there's no doubt about that. See, there's no doubt if
no, hold on. You go first.
There's no doubt if Igbos leave, the government will be shocking. If Yorubas leave, the government will be shocking because see, if you served in the north, we all know how those people behave. They're just a set of people. They're just consumers. Bring money, they squander. They're not that ready to work. And that's why, their interest is holding Nigeria as one. That is the truth of the matter. Most of the resources, both natural resources, human resources of this nation, they come from the South. And, I believe strongly they don't want us to leave because they'll be affected.
All right, thank you, Prof. And to that space, thank you, Prof. I'll go to Emeka next, but before I go to Emeka, just to address that space, because I've heard Charles say it often, and a few people say it as well, that if the Igbos leave, Nigeria will break. If the Igbos leave, Nigeria will break, not because of anything that is unique or... Sorry, hold on, let me just mute Prof. Yeah. So if the Igbos do leave, Nigeria will break, not because of anything that is unique or peculiar or special about the Igbos, but if the Igbos if the Igbos leave, then Nigeria ceases to be one entity, and then the country then has to make the decision how it recalibrates, and then that just by extension breaks up the country. So not because they are unique or special or peculiar or anything, they are one of the composing sovereign nations, and if they break, then the country by extension just breaks up, just naturally. So it's nothing to do with the Igbos. And also,
I'm not following the logic there, man. I'm not following the logic there. I think I don't think you have a clear argument there. I think what Jake is saying is that if Igbos are removed from the picture of Nigeria, if we're our own country and the rest of Nigeria happily decides to stay together, it's somehow going to be harder for Nigeria to succeed, and I think it is because
no, that wasn't what he was. That you said
is that what you were saying or not?
No. He said the words that if the Igbos leave, Nigeria will break.
No, he said it will fail. He said it will fail.
It will fail. Fail, break. What's the difference?
No. The difference is subtle.
It's a distinction that makes no difference. What
are
you talking about?
It's a clear difference. He's saying that it will fail because there are things that are unique to Igbo people. And
like what? Like what?
The list is too long. We don't have enough time.
Name two.
I mean,
armed robbery and drug trafficking
and cannibalism. But I'll wait for my
cannibalism. Cannibalism.
And cannibalism.
I won't spell why the reason I said that because one again, the reason I say that Nigeria is scared for the Eastern to leak. Nigeria will fail. Nigeria will fail. The Easterns are the only people in Nigeria. At least the children don't move forward. The other tribes don't move forward. They don't. That's a fact. That's a fact.
The others don't want to move forward, but the Igbos do. Let me give you. Hold on. Let me give you the Igbo states. Because Charles, it's Enugu, Abia, Imo, Anambra, and one other Ebonyi. So they are nested within Cross River, etc., rivers, Delta, etc. So they are the Igbo nation is nested within the Nigerian state. So you cannot have them. They are not going to uproot the land and move it somewhere else. They'll still be on that land. So for them to have their nation, the Igbo nation, then the country has to recalibrate around them to form a nation. So by just them pulling out, that already breaks up the country. So not because of anything that is unique or peculiar or special about the Igbo tribe.
No, because yesterday, watching this podcast again, and I realized something. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying this. The reason Nigerian people scared Igbo, here's the fact. The Igbos provide a lot of things. The Igbos create this in the country. The Igbos develop Nigeria. They develop Nigeria. That's a fact. And they're scared. The Igbos leave and they're going to fail roughly. Out developing Nigeria, they're not going to happen in Nigeria. That's a fact. That's what right. If you're saying the other tribe did, for 30 years,
Charles, it's not a fact. That's your opinion.
It's not a fact. You are entitled to your opinion.
That's an opinion. That's an opinion. I don't necessarily.
What have they done for 30 years? And you clapping? Come on, man.
Come on, man. You're fired up. All right. Thank you, Charlie Boy. Let's go on from Charlie Boy to Emeka. So to you, Emeka, then let's start you off on a soft space. Buhari not signing the electoral bill and the assembly huffing and puffing, but then not blowing the house down. So what are you making of that narrative?
Yeah, I think that's a simple one. The citizens of Nigeria just have to ask themselves an honest question. As I said before, are the elected officials doing what's best for the citizenry? And I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's ever been the case. Oh, if it has been the case in the past, it was for a very short period of time. I'm not surprised by him not signing the bill. They don't want there to be free and fair elections in Nigeria. They don't want it to be an actual democracy. You can tell this by just looking at every facet of life in Nigeria, except for people that are rich. I mean, if you're rich, and it's easy in Nigeria to some degree. I mean, you can get by. It's not like you're living in a developed country, but you can get by. So the fact that the bill is trying to push the ideals of democracy, it's trying to at least add some level of confidence to the system, and Buhari doesn't want to sign it. Fine. And it kind of goes back to the point that I was trying to argue with Q the other day. Q said, I'm sure you can get your own independence through the legislative body and the National Assembly. It's the exact same thing that you were noting earlier. if they don't want it to happen, you know, the people in the North, I'm not prejudiced, but clearly they would have a lot to lose by Nigeria being configured in a way that will actually expose the true potential of the different ethnic groups. So they don't want it to happen. So I'm not worried about it. It's just a scam. Clearly, they're saying, oh, it's going to cost too much money. Nigeria has never been fiscally responsible. So for them to start now and start to say, oh yeah, well, it's going to cost a lot of money for us to implement all of this nonsense. Like I said before, they're just being dishonest. If you want to believe them, you can believe them. If you're concerned about it, great. But if you think it's your problem, you're in a better position to start thinking correctly about how you should be in terms of being a citizen of a country. So I think it's my problem. I think I'm also concerned about it. If you're only concerned about it and you're like, well, this is what they do, and, you know, on to the next one, I think you have a little bit more work to do to really become truly a citizen of a country. That's what I think about the electoral bill. I'm on to the next.
All right, thank you. And this penchant that you have in the East for the human flesh, a delicacy of some sort in your quarters, do you wrap it up in agu, or how is it dished, the human flesh? I don't know. Is that not your vegetable? How do they serve? How do they serve human flesh? In the East.
I've never eaten human flesh.
Are you sure? Are you not an Easterner?
I'm an Easterner.
Right.
I'm a proud Igbo guy who wants his own country. I've never eaten.
My brother, you might have eaten it. You don't know you have eaten it.
Okay, this is it now. Okay. Have you ever eaten in a restaurant in the East?
Yes.
There you are then.
Okay, so let me just answer your question. I think someone said it earlier, maybe it was Prof. I think that cannibalism is something that has been probably practiced in many different countries all around the world, on different continents all around the world. I even posted a link in the chat that showed an article written that suggested that Yoruba has cannibalism as a parts of its culture. So I don't think it's widespread. I don't condone it. I think
my brother, which culture? Yoruba?
Are you a Yoruba hater? Because you have issues with Yoruba people, don't you?
Listen,
what is it? Did the Yoruba man take your girlfriend? What's going on?
No. Just look. I posted the link in the private chat. I'm not the one that wrote the article. It was an article written by someone in the Western world that was doing an analysis of cannibalism, and they explicitly wrote Yoruba as an ethnicity that practiced cannibalism. So I just posted it there.
So you went. It's just ridiculous. It went hurriedly scrambling on Google. He typed Yoruba cannibalism and he was looking for something. We're starting to know the cut of your jib. You this chap.
Listen, I think the broader point is that it's probably if it does exist in the East, and it might exist in the East in some corners.
It does exist in the East. They found it just recently, and your governor has also attested to it.
Okay,
this article that you posted is not an article; it's just some rubbish from wherever.
Well,
you got it from Medium. You got it from Medium. Look at this guy. This is what you're calling an article. What
I encourage everyone to go and read it. all I'm saying is
you got it from Medium. Why didn't you just get it from TikTok? You should have gotten it from TikTok. What are you doing, man?
All I'm saying
but
is
it could be true, one man. You don't know.
It could be true. Even your own governor said you do it.
Most of them said it. I mean, go to Imo.
And that's your own home governor. You are an Imolite, aren't you?
Yes, exactly.
You are telling us you've not tasted the delicacy.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Wait.
How long would you feast on somebody my size in the East? I'm at least a month's meal.
A month.
Look at this guy.
Wait. Are you saying you're doing cannibalism? You don't lie to yourself here. Are you saying Yoruba never does cabinet? It's
not known to Yoruba culture. We eat chicken and fish.
Sure?
This is why I'm sure. I'm a Yoruba man.
You don't know
chicken and
fish.
They
probably do. So don't blame Igbos. All African does that.
While we're on the topic of Hope Uzodinma, Hope Uzodinma, first of all, you have to go to Imo State and ask people what they think Hope Uzodinma to get a sense. Anyway, but in terms of him exposing anything or believing him, because I think someone asked, why wouldn't you believe? Don't you think the governor of the state has better knowledge? You know, if you were, let's say, if you were in New York and you asked the mafia, or if you go to Italy and you ask the mafia about the crime rate, I don't think that the mafia has an incentive to tell you that the crime rate is out of control in either of those places. That's why they don't ask the mafia to tell them about the crime rate. If you ask Hope Uzodimma about what's going on in Imo State, he's just going to tell you whatever he feels like he needs to tell you. Just go to Imo State. You're not going to be eaten. Go to Imo State and ask 100 people what they think about Hope Uzodimma. I think I think it'd be shocked, how people.
When we covered this topic, and I don't really want to labor it too long because we covered it like a couple of days ago. Every single person on the platform, there were 10 people on the platform, they cited personal instances of this being the case, including the Igbos. So we know that it's a delicacy in the East. But let's move quickly on from that to matters now. Let's speak to this Waziri woman who, talks about the dented image of the Nigerian state. So speak to that. And then at the book launch that she was at, the author of the book then spoke to the space of Ojukwu being on his knees begging to come back to Nigeria. So speak to both, Emeka.
Yeah, in terms of the image of Nigeria being dented, I really think everyone in Nigeria should realize you can't get that much worse in terms of how the rest of the world views you. Behind closed doors, literally Nigeria is the laughingstock of the world. Behind closed doors. In public, they're going to tell you, oh, Nigeria is a powerful country. They're consulted when, there needs to be operations in America. That's a pawn game, by the way. But Nigeria you can't go much lower in terms of the public perception of Nigeria internationally. They're going to, to your face, they're going to say, listen, Nigeria is a great country, blah, blah, blah. But behind closed doors, that's what actually matters. What people say, people actually really think about you. Nigeria is not a country that many people think highly of. That's just a reality. So in terms of Nigeria's image being dented, listen, you're talking about a girl who accepted a wedding ring and she gets thrown in jail, right? It's not. You're not really inspiring confidence when you talk about Nigeria as anything other than a pariah state on the global stage. Sure, they'll pretend like they like you because they want to do business and they want to continue to use you as a pawn in terms of the context of Africa. But in reality, the truth is Nigeria is not on top of anybody's list in terms of how they think about you. That's just the God honest truth. And I have a Nigerian passport, but I have to be honest with myself. In terms of the lady talking about Ojukwu, listen, she can have whatever.
Not the lady, no, but the Igbo man, Dennis Nkume.
Okay. I think there's a lot in politics that, people have to understand. Him going around weeping, politics is, I'm not a politician. I'll never be a politician. But politics is, I think politicians can do whatever politicians need to do. I don't think he's weeping and, I don't.
Three times he wept.
Okay, if it helps
begging,
if it helps anybody
to come back to Nigeria, and you are here puffing out chest, chanting Biafra. When the person that started the narrative, he was on his knees.
Okay, if
weeping to the Fulani man.
Okay,
for forgiveness.
If it helps anybody,
weeping. No.
Yes, if it helps anybody to visualize Ojukwu as someone who is weeping, begging on his knees.
No, we're not visualizing. It's an account, first-hand account by an Igbo man.
Sure. If it helps anybody to fill in the blank, him weeping, crying, begging, calling people their daddy, if that in some way makes you feel anything.
No. What are you doing now? Are you wanting to go against fact?
No, I'm saying, okay, let's say it's a fact. Let's say it's a fact.
Let's not say it is a fact.
Okay.
This is not a prejudiced view. This is an account of an Igbo man telling us that he was weeping like a baby, he said.
So I'm gonna put it however you want to.
No, don't try and.
No, if the account of Ojukwu crying, begging on his knees, calling people daddy, if that in some way makes you think.
Do you think Buhari Shagari would have made him do frog jump? They would have made him frog jump.
These are things that I don't really.
I'm just asking you to speculate to the space. Do you think he would have been made to hold his ears and frog jump just maybe for a minute or so, just to show contrition?
Come on, man.
when life is a great humiliator. If you're not humbled, if you haven't been humbled in life yet, things in life will humble you. So Nigeria is a country that I think,
Do you think Ojukwu was humbled?
Everyone in life is humbled. Ojukwu was humbled. But I think that Nigeria is going to be very humbled very soon.
Why do you say that, Emeka?
Why do I think Nigeria is going to be humbled very soon?
Yeah.
Because pride usually comes before the fall, and humility, when Nigeria becomes humbled, when Nigeria is humbled, and it will be humbled, when Nigeria is humbled, I think you'll see life differently.
Do you think the Eastern Quarters is a proudful place?
I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud.
Look at that.
I don't think
you're not promoting humility. Just you and this.
You are contradicting yourself.
You are contradicting yourself.
I don't think there's anything wrong.
And you say
with
you are
being
not
proud.
A politician.
I'm not a politician. I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud.
Then you have missed your vocation. If you talk the way you talk and you're not a politician, you missed your calling because you talk like a politician.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud. I think the Eastern region is a very proud space. I think it's a space that will continue to be
you were
proud.
vaunting humility just 30 seconds ago.
I have a question.
No, wait, Jake, I can answer myself. I was saying that everyone will be, if you haven't been humbled before, you will experience humility.
So do you think the proudful East will get their comeuppance soon? Do you think they will be humbled soon?
No, I think there's a difference between being you and what you were saying in terms of Ojukwu begging and crying and all of that stuff, and having a real reason to be proud. I think we're a proud people, and that proudness is not going anywhere.
Do you think you are arrogant? Not you personally, but your quarters.
Do I think 50+ million people can be characterized as arrogant? I think I'd be. No.
In broad strokes, I mean the tempo and the feel of the place. Not every single individual one of them.
I think that
but enough representative to.
I think there are strong people that are proud of who they are and have spines in their back to fight for what they believe in. I don't think.
Do you think you're foolhardy?
I think my people are bold. I think they're going to be the people that.
No. Bold is different from foolhardy. Are you foolhardy?
I'm not going to assign any negative connotations to my entire ethnicity. I don't believe in that.
I believe
we're bold people, and I think we're ones that are going to chart the future of Africa. And nothing's going to stop us.
Do you think you are insular and fetishistic? Are you insular and fetishistic?
I think Igbos have proven themselves to go all across not only Nigeria and mix with the locals, but all across the entire world and prove themselves to be very hospitable and humble people. And I think we're going to do amazing things in the future.
Yes.
Do you understand when people describe the Igbos as tribesmen? What do you think they mean by that? If they say the Igbos are tribesmen, what do you think they mean by that?
I can't speak to the insecurities of other people. There are 50 million Igbo people.
When did you do the head count? Where are you getting these numbers from? Where did you do the head count?
Again.
You're just being a comedian today.
Well, Meg, I have a question to ask you.
We've done the last time censor was almost 15 or 20 years ago. So how do you get your number?
It's just plucking from thin air, isn't it?
I have resources.
You have resources.
What resources
Look at this guy.
From Biafra Radio.
You'll be ideas. This is it. Holy. We're back to holy. We always end up in holy. But thank you.
Do you believe that the Igbo guy who saved Nigeria? Do you believe that the other tribe fell as willfully for Thursday? Do you believe that?
Bro, I think that right now I think that we've given them all that we. I think we've given them.
Do you think the Igbos are smart? Do you think the Igbos are smart, Emeka?
Jake, I think that we've given them all. I think we've offered to give them all that we can, and I think now it's time for us to be selfish and truly just go on our own way.
I agree with that.
Were you once ever selfless? When was that? Come on, man! Even you must balk at that. When were you ever selfless? For you now to want to be selfish. When were you ever selfless? What are you talking about now? Come on, man. We all come from the same. Hold on, Charles. We all come from the same place, and we know each other fairly well, especially in that Lagos hubble, Well, we will have a good feel of who we are. When was the Igbo person ever selfless for you now to want to be selfish?
But one man, who created Lagos?
Is that not a byword for self?
Who developed Lagos? Ask that
I don't know.
question.
I don't
Who
know
developed
Lagos.
That will answer your
I've
question.
been to Lagos a few times, but every time I go to Nigeria, I avoid Lagos. I go straight to the
Well,
east.
there you are. You know, you don't have the sophistry, but is that what it is? Do you not have the sophistry for
No,
Lagos?
I like Lagos, but
are you sophistry? Because your narrative will be caught short shrift if you go to Lagos with this peacocking that you do.
There's just really nothing funny.
You can't peacock in Lagos, so you run, Abi.
But America, who created Lagos?
Is that what it is? You can't peacock.
One man,
look at this guy, eh?
Who developed Lagos? I know who developed Lagos.
It was the Igbos.
Yes, that's a
they
fact.
don't listen. You know, I think that was on here not the last time, but the time before last. I think there was a guy named Mike who literally was so angry that Igbos were in Lagos. And honestly, I'm angry too, because they don't appreciate them. All they see Igbos as arrogant. They see them, bro. I'm telling you, 100%. It's time for us to just focus on ourselves. Forget it.
What is all this all about? This whole thing about this tribe thing about Igbo. What is? I don't get it. I mean, this whole narrative of Igbo every time, it's sickening sometimes. I don't get it. I mean, we understand the narrative that is being played out in Nigeria, but every time we come on this platform and some other platform, I think I kind of like understand what man is driving out with this whole thing with some of you guys.
God will bless you. God will bless you. It's too much.
I mean,
what is this?
Do you want sickening?
What's so special about being an Igbo?
What's sickening? What's sickening is the sickening prejudice the Nigerian country has had against.
Listen. Emeka.
Hold on. Emeka, do you think the Easterners, and by the Easterners, your quarters, do you think you revel in victimhood? Do you wear with victimhood like a cloak? Do you play to that narrative?
No, I think it's
poor me.
If you let me talk, I mean, you know, I think it's very simple. Igbos don't want to be a part of Nigeria anymore.
Right.
And it's as simple as that. It's so rational mind. This whole thing, if you're trying to Igbos, what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, why do they think they're so important? We think we're important because we think we're important. Period. If you don't think we're important, or if you don't have it, if you want to talk about,
is that predicated upon substance or wishful thinking?
Well,
is this self-deceit?
It could be delusions of grandeur. It doesn't have to be.
Well, there you are.
It could be whatever it is. We don't want to be a part of Nigeria anymore. And there's a false narrative that Igbos are somehow arrogant and all of this other stuff.
And when you say we, are you speaking for the totality of or for yourself?
You were the person that just said that 50 million Igbo people are arrogant. See,
I challenge that 50 million because I'm not aware where you're getting those figures from.
Okay,
so I'm concluding now that you.
I think your Yoruba people are like 15 million at most.
You
15?
Yeah, I think Yoruba. Just wait. I think Yoruba people are 15 million at most.
Well, you can think whatever it is that
you can think whatever you want as well. You can think whatever you want as well. I think we're on the same page now.
The reason why the Igbos want to be Africa, Nigeria hate the Igbo, and you're showing.
You show it every day.
How so? Why is that not the victim playing that just?
No, it's not the victim. We're not victim oriented people. We don't blame other people for our problems.
One man, this
is it. You know, they call me every day.
One man. I think you guys need to go to Diaspora radio to go and spread this for Igbo thing.
Okay,
one man. Let's move on.
We wouldn't even be talking about Igbos if you didn't.
Let me say this. I used to be sympathetic to the Igbo cause, but the way you guys are just pushing out this narrative of every time. I mean, it's sickening.
We don't need you to be sympathetic to our cause. We don't need you to be sympathetic to our cause. I see you as a highly intelligent person. We don't need you to be sympathetic towards our cause. That's what we the only thing that is important for Igbo people is for you to get out of our way and allow us to go on our own destiny.
Nobody's standing in your way. Nobody's standing in your way. You need to understand that, Emeka.
No,
your politicians in your east, in your southeast, just the same.
Bro, we just talked
Yoruba nation people too. Just as their politicians are standing in their way.
Okay,
that's just the problem. So nobody's standing in your way.
But wasn't the
You
Nigerian
to understand that.
created
So don't play this narrative of the Fulani being in your way or the Yoruba being in your way. You just have to make that talk to your own politicians.
I think
no. What are you saying?
You just talked
What
about the electoral bill. We just talked about we just talked about the electoral bill. We just talked about how politicians, and we just talked about the entire structure of Nigeria. And then you, rational mind, being rational, you bring in politicians and the solution being our politicians. We just talked about Hope Uzodinma being an elected official by no one, and you literally are bringing in our elected officials. I mean, let's see. That's the thing about Nigeria. It's not honest. Like you can't switch between.
What other solution is there outside of politics? Emeka. Okay, you've gone to think out it, Abby.
This is insane. This is insane.
Well, there
one man,
Obashe go. This is Obawashe. Look at that.
It is rather insane, right? It is rather insane.
Did you hear the question, Emeka?
You said what other avenues are there outside of politics, right?
Yeah, what other solutions are there outside of politics? Yes.
I think that politics is a reasonable solution, but I don't think Nigeria is a reasonable country. So see, you're trying to it's like the politicians who earlier, or the people earlier, like this week or this month, that were talking about the startup bill and making Nigeria a conducive environment for startups, tech companies. And it's like, oh, we don't want foreign money coming in and money being poured into technology, and then all of the money leaving Nigeria when they have a liquidity event. But then it's like, who in the world is going to create the next Google or Facebook in Nigeria if they don't have constant electricity? You're basically you're saying, why can't there be a political solution? But then when you look at the politics of Nigeria and you look at the structure of Nigeria, you realize it's not a normal country. It's not normal politics. It's not a normal national assembly. It's not a
So what solution is there?
Well, it's not going to be a normal one.
Right. So what will it be?
An abnormal one.
And how does that describe that?
I think as time goes on, it'll be very apparent what happens to Nigeria.
Oh, look at that. So you don't want it as it is, but you don't have a panacea.
Nigeria is not an honest country. Why would I want Nigeria as it is? This Nigeria is not.
Okay, so then describe as you would want. How would you want outside of the holy?
See, what you're asking is what will it take for Igbos to not want to leave Nigeria? And at this point, we don't want to stay in Nigeria. And I can happily speak for most of Igbos. 95% of Igbos
what happens if the Igbos leave Nigeria? What happens?
That's our problem. That's like you're married and you get a divorce and you keep on wondering what's going on with your ex-wife. Leave her alone.
Okay.
Something out.
Oh, okay. So
it's like you break up in a relationship and you're constantly looking at your ex.
Hold on.
Don't worry about them. They'll figure it out.
Hold on. If the Igbos leave Nigeria, you will still be bordered by the Kogi State, Benue, River State.
Are you saying that environment will be hostile towards us? Is that your point? Will it be a hostile environment?
No, because you are having this sort of thing that you're going to form this little island where
it's
you
not an island.
When you exist within yourself and self-sustain.
No, that is not.
But you still have to have relationships with everybody around you.
Yes, you can have relations.
Unless, of course, you are looking to uproot Igbo land.
That's a false narrative. You can have relationships.
One man. Can I have to make a question?
You can have no, excuse me. Let me respond. No one is saying that Igbos are going to be in their own island, but you can have relationships with people. That's what I'm saying. It's dishonest. Why would you think that Igbos having their own country means that they want to exist in a vacuum? They will still trade.
No, that is what you are describing, though. We want to be by ourselves. Let us be on our own.
No, I didn't say we want to be by ourselves. I said
another one.
It's not woe me. We're not victim. We're not people who look to be victims. We're not victim people. Trust me, that's not who we are. We're not that. In fact, if out of all the Nigerian ethnic tribes that are out there, you guys, in all honesty, should be happy that Igbo people are fighting to death, spilling their blood to make sure that if there is going to be a Nigeria and we're going to be a part of it, it's going to be actually equal and fair for everyone else.
I agree with that.
No, you're not doing anything. That's why I was asking you to.
My brother, fight for yourself.
That's why
Fight
I
for
was.
yourself.
Yeah, they're not fighting
exactly
for
what
any.
I'm doing.
You are
You don't want
being
to be a part of my
foolhardy.
show.
You are being foolhardy, and
Okay,
usually
that's not how
that's
you
Wait,
just
but
yeah.
Thomas, for 26 years, Nigeria, why
All
Nigeria
right,
took
let's
care for
abandon
26
the Igbo
years?
space because we always go to
No, for 20,
Igbo all
no,
the
no, for
time.
Stop
You know.
26
talking about
years,
Igbo. Stop
for 26
disparaging
years,
them.
Nigeria became
One
country
man, can I
where
interject for a
willfully
sec, please?
Yeah,
people being
interject.
raped, people being raped.
That's fine. You don't have to chant mantras here.
No, I have to share the truth
No,
because
no. Oh
Nigeria don't
no.
want to hear
Oh,
the
okay.
truth.
Can
That's
you
when Nigeria
be
disgrace
quiet, Charles?
humanity.
Can
Share the
you be
truth. Africa,
Charles?
share
Be
yourself.
quiet.
Believe in
Be
the truth.
oh,
May God
all right.
bless this Africa.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Charles, you don't have to mantra chant all the time because every single time you say exactly the same thing. So I want you to start pivoting your thinking just to widen it out a bit. Still stay
The
with
reason
your
I'm saying is
theme.
because
Can you
Nigeria
be
don't want to hear
quiet,
the truth.
Charles, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nigeria want to hear lies.
Okay. All right. Let me quieten you then. Pivot your thinking. You can't you chant like a mantra all the time. Don't mantra chant. Expand that. Even if that is your space of thinking, expand it to a wider understanding, not just repeating the same things over and over again. So sorry, Charles, but it just get somewhat tedious. But to you, Ejiro.
One man, just a quick one. I think the reason your man Emeka is hitting hard on you is because sometimes when it gets to the Igbo space, the way you break it down, sometimes just like you're talking about. I read that article so long ago, sometime about Ojukwu. The way you're just saying it in like saying begging, crying, in a very sarcastic, let me use the word sarcastic way, like most persons will not go down well with them, That's why Emeka is not finding it funny, so, and the Igbos, that being said, the Igbos too, if you look at it in this current marriage of Nigeria, they are one tribe among many other tribes to be reckoned with. They are great people. We shouldn't rule that out. So they've played their role, and we should also acknowledge that. Not every time we come here we begin to like whip them back and front. So that's why your man is not happy.
No, I suspect that Emeka is just not a jolly fellow anyway. But if there was some sort of sarcasm or mocking to my tone, that wasn't intended. I was just reading as the guy wrote that it was whipping, and whipping, begging to come back to Nigeria. But
no, I'm not
because that
I'm
doesn't.
Not I'm not offended by it. I think that I'll say it a million times. The past is the past, but where we are today, if you really understand who Igbos are, and I'm out in Nigeria, I can go to Nigeria tomorrow. But if I go to Nigeria tomorrow, I'm telling you, if war breaks out in Nigeria tomorrow and Igbos are being fought, I'm just letting you know. This is not 1960. So if you want to believe that Igbos are some weak culture, weak tribe, weak whatever you call them, I'm just letting you know there are actual devils in this world. And you haven't met me in person, but if you meet me and you realize who I am, in fact, you'll know that Igbos have devils in Igbo culture. Anyway, I just continue to
look at that. Was that a threat? Are you threatening me, Emeka? Look at that. You are threatening me. Look at that. Look at this. I'm a your man, I have a Jesara. Do you know what a Jesara means? Don't worry. Don't worry. I have a Jesara. Don't worry. You see, just don't eat. If you finish me off, just don't eat me. That's all I ask. If you finish me off, don't eat me. But let me move you swiftly on then to El-Rufai on his knees to his daddy man, MALLAM Buhari. So what are you making of that shameful photograph that is circulating?
I don't know. I just I don't even really think about. I've never seen a developed country that's a democracy. I can understand that there are cultural things from country to country, but I've never seen a developed sort of some supposed democracy where people are. At least I've never seen it in any Western Europe or America or Australia. I think Nigeria tends to blend. I think Nigeria's version of democracy is obviously highly influenced by cultural things, and you could interpret it that there's a cultural element to the democracy, and him bowing down is something to do with culture. Maybe I'm not familiar with their culture. We don't have it in our culture to go and bow down to people. I don't see it as anything wrong if that's a part of their culture, but I think that too much of that cultural overlay is in Nigerian politics and Nigerian society, and when you have too many different types of cultures, right, blending together, I think it creates a potential problem. Like if I met Buhari, will I be expected to bow down to Buhari? I wouldn't even it might be very disrespectful, but I wouldn't even shake Buhari's hand because I see him as a criminal. So if I met Buhari tomorrow, I wouldn't even want to shake his hand. I'd ask him tough questions. Will that get me thrown in jail in Nigeria? And if it gets me thrown in jail in Nigeria, is that a democracy by not shaking somebody's hand? So I think Nigerians have to, if they're honest with themselves, I think they have to ask themselves some serious questions about the country that they're living in. And those serious questions that they ask themselves, if they're concerned by it, do they see it as their problem? And I think that's where the difference is. In countries that work, the average citizen, if things are not going right, it's their problem. They find themselves to be personally responsible for the environment that they live in, and they take action to make sure that it changes. All these countries that Nigerians love to run to, they went through massive revolutions to get to the sweetness that Nigerians want to run to today. But it seems that a lot of Nigerians don't, without trying to offend anyone, they don't have the guts. They're kind of cowardly to stand up and fight for what's theirs. So if this guy wants to bow down to the president, he can bow down to the president. I wouldn't even shake the president's hand. That's just me.
All right. Thank you.
But that could be the culture of the North. That
is the culture of the North. That is the culture of the North. But it being the culture of the North is a thing that should be peculiar and particular to them. It shouldn't be at the federal stage. And the reason why it concerned me somewhat was that when Buhari first came to office, he had this habit of not shaking hands with women. He will just hold his hand back and put it on his heart because of his because of his religious doctrinal positions.
Yes, wasn't Buhari on tape saying that women belong in like one of two rooms? I mean,
no, that was a jocular statement taken out of context. But there's a cultural that thing that because he did that for a while, but then when he went to Germany, he was then shaking hands with Angela Merkel, and people were outraged that why would you not shake hands with people who look out of your space? Is Angela Merkel not a woman as well?
He has an inferiority complex.
No, it wasn't an inferiority complex. Well, maybe, but so much it did. Well, hold on. That's your perception, but not mine. How I perceived it was that he did not want to present like that on an international space because he knew that it wouldn't chime with contemporary time. So he knew that wasn't really okay.
That creates a level of cognitive dissonance. Why would you be doing? Okay, so what you just said there is interesting. So Buhari goes to all of these Western countries and he tries to act like a modern president. He tries to speak English. He shakes women's hands. He tries to present himself as a modern president. But when he goes back to his own country, he treats everyone like trash. I mean, I think. Look, just
no, you don't. Come on, man, don't do that. You don't do that. Just give me one quick second, engineer. I don't think maybe you say you don't even detest him, but engineer, mute yourself for a moment. We're getting feedback from you. Yeah, so maybe you say you don't even, but I don't think if you do detest Buhari, which you may say you don't, I don't think you can detest him more than I do. I detest that guy with a passion, not anything personal to him, but what he represents and just, because I see the golden opportunity that is Nigeria, and I see what this guy has turned it into, and it's a real travesty. So I detest this guy as well, but we have to be balanced in the way we look at things and look at it in isolation. So this is a cultural thing to him, not inferiority complex, not using double standards, but this is a cultural thing to him. So there was a thing that Obasanjo did. They had this panel, and he was joking with Sheikh Gumi that I have a title from Sokoto. Do you have a title from Sokoto? The Sultan of Sokoto was on that panel, and the Sultan of Sokoto chimed in that Sheikh Gumi is a MALLAM, so they don't take titles. So there are certain cultural peculiarities that are particular to these people, which is their culture, and they live within their society, so they have to hold to their space. So that is all of what all of that is. So it's nothing to do with inferiority complex or whatever jam. Yeah.
I don't think anything's wrong with it then. If they're within their culture, they bow down to people, that's perfectly fine. What would be concerning
in Yoruba land, we prostrate and we kneel down.
I know,
and in your own culture, you pat your elders on the head. So to each their own.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I would think that I would become concerned. I don't even care. I would be concerned if they felt that their cultural preferences were overrode other people's cultural preferences. If I met Buhari and Buhari was offended in the context of a governmental function, if Buhari became offended that I didn't want to bow down to him in that setting, that's a different story. If I went to Buhari's house, which I'm never going to go to Dara or Katsina or wherever he's from, if I went there and he's like, "Oh well, you need to remove your shoes and you need to bow down when you meet me," then that's me going to his domain and him saying, "These are when in Rome, do as the Romans do." So I have no problem if that's their culture, bowing down to each other. That's perfectly fine. But I do think that there's something to be said about Buhari going to foreign countries and pretending to be a modern president.
Sorry, engineer, let him finish that point because we get reverb from you. Finish that point and then engineer will put a question to you.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about Buhari going to foreign countries and pretending to be a modern president, pretending to be for democracy and all of this stuff, and then coming back home and not even being able to sign the electoral bill. I think that there is something wrong with that behavior.
Are you familiar with the phrase "horses for courses"? Horses for courses. Are you familiar with that phrase?
No, this is probably the first time I'm hearing
it. Okay. So horses for courses, you would not use a thoroughbred racehorse to do farm work, and you would not take a farm horse to the derby. So horses for courses. So it is horses for courses. He will not go to the international space and act in that manner because that space is completely removed from his locality. But then he would not go to his locality and act in a way that is foreign and alien to them because the foreign and alien way is removed from his locality. So it's horses for courses.
What I'm pointing to is that if you look at somebody like Putin on the world stage, he's just.
It's a different paradigm. Why do you keep drawing this parallel that what obtains in
Can I say something? One man.
Sorry, let's hear from engineer who wants to put a question to you. Let's engineer put a question to you.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Emeka, it's just a simple question. I just need to ask you: can you be able to live in Nigeria for 6 months or 1 year?
Of course, easily.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know what sort of perception you have of me, but I go to Nigeria all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but I won't be able to live in Lagos for 6 months. But where I live in the East, I go there all the time. I could easily spend 6 months to 1 year there. That's not a problem for me. Why would you? What's the motivation for your question? If I could ask, please.
Because the way you say things about the country is like people hate Igbos. Nobody hates Igbos. I must be honest to you. The only issue we have in that territory is the Igbo elites. They are the ones selling Igbos. You understand? So when you're talking about people hate Igbos, Nigeria don't hate Igbos. It's the elites that are betraying the rest of the Igbos. So those are the things that you need to look at it properly and weigh it and analyze it. But when you come out saying Nigeria hate Igbos is completely wrong.
So, engineer, what part of the country are you from?
No, it doesn't matter. Let me acknowledge. Hold on, both of you. Let me acknowledge Deborah Daniel's comment. She says, "Hi, one man. I am an avid. Hi, one man. I am an avid follower. Please, can you tone down on the Igbos. So that is what Deborah Daniel is saying. And I understand why Deborah is saying that. Thank you for following. I hope you're subscribed, Deborah. I understand why Deborah is saying that, because almost without fail, we go to that Igbo space almost with every session. So with permission, let's abandon the Igbo space, although we know that Emeka would find that a struggle, but let's abandon the Igbo space and have a broader and a wider conversation. But of course, a lot of Igbo themes in the program today with the cannibalism and whatnot. But so that's Deborah.
You never stop throwing one man.
What's that?
Just go on.
No, it was actually Charles that brought that story to me and insisted that we must discuss it. So this is Charlie Boy taking us back to the space. So thank you, Emeka. Emeka, for reasons of time, let's go on from you and we go on to, let's go to Ejiro. So Ejiro, so to this space then, Buhari refuses to sign the electoral bill, which comes as no surprise to anyone because it's antithetic to anything democratic. The National Assembly huffing and puffing, but of course, they are never going to blow any house down. Fait accompli, rinse and repeat. 2023, 2015, 2019, the cycle continues. What are you making of that? Aboki from Daura.
One man, please just pass me. I'm in the middle of something, please.
All right. All of that build-up, you could have stopped me earlier, but let me put it then, as I've just stated it, to truth to power. So sorry, Charles, to truth to power, and let him take it. Did you hear that truth to power, and do you have any thoughts on it? Okay.
Oh yeah.
To you, truth to power.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Yeah.
Good to have you.
Yeah. I thank everyone that has been a part so far. So just to speak to Buhari refusing assent of the electoral bill, it was almost a given. The writing was on the wall even before yesterday that it was kind of playing some games. So even though hope was really rife in the air that he would leave his name in the sands of time, especially regarding the giving Nigeria credible and fair elections as we look to 2023. But alas, again, he disappointed. And it was really forthcoming. We could see this because he had this 30-day mandatory window within which he was supposed to signify his assent or his refusal, and he waited until the very last day to refuse, and he cited some very, by my standards, very flimsy reasons why he refused the assent. I'm just going to say a few things. Now, he mentioned things like rising cost of working out the direct primaries in all the local government or in all the political parties in the country, and I don't really know why that has to be a problem, because some of the political parties already, they are running the direct primaries. So bringing that up and saying you refuse assent for this reason, he mentioned things like insecurity, as though we don't have the worst of all insecurities already in Nigeria. So it was just a smoke screen. You see, all of his reasons, they are at best excuses, a smoke screen for what he had intended in his mind, which is that Nigeria will remain the same, things will not change, they'll keep overloads over us, they'll keep, the power brokers will be the ones who continue to pick and choose for us who lead us, and the people's voices will be at best non-existent. So it wasn't shocking to me, but what will be more shocking now is this rubber stamp National Assembly that we have, the people without balls, because the Constitution, of course, does give them power. If they can rally to thought of their mass together, they can actually veto Buhari's approval or disapproval if they so wish. So, but again, will these people have the political will to do the yearnings, the biddings of the vast majority of Nigerians that are looking up to them to do the right thing for once. These people say they are people representative. They are sent out by their constituents, but they go to Abuja, they run the show as though they are not public servants anymore. So without much talking or much ado, it wasn't a surprise.
Do you think Nigeria, and by extension Africa, is suited to democracy? Do you think this system of governance is suitable for the sort of people that we are?
I think, by and large, I don't think we. I think once upon a time we talked about that in passing before. I don't think generally we are people who cannot administer our affairs democratically. I don't think we can't. But what I do think is, see, there are certain things in every human people or human race that can be counterproductive to the workings of democracy. And Nigeria has all of those things that are counterproductive to democracy. At least the leadership of the country as we have it now, they exhibit all of those traits and characteristics. And if for once, if they do not know that they go into these public spaces and public places to serve the interests of the people, because if you go there to for your own reason, your own selfish reason, not least because of the people, then everything you'll be doing will be self-interest, motivated. And that's what we see, because in the first place, the people don't choose these people. Our people don't choose these people. They are either by hook or crook forced upon us, hoisted upon us, and we do not have a say in the matter. We run very shambolic electoral processes. And what do we see time and time again? So the African race, or the black race generally, I don't think it is a problem with us in that regard. I just think we have many wrong people. It's like square pegs in round holes. People who are not supposed to even. I cannot imagine for the life of me a person like Buhari being the president of even Thailand or Vietnam. Not to talk of. So it goes to say that we continually pick or get the wrong people into power. And why is this? Because our electoral processes, our electoral system, our structures, they are too weak. So we glorify people and then we weaken our structures. And for once, if Buhari would assent to this bill, of course, that goes to strengthen the process. So it's about the people against these overlords, against the processes. They continue to weaken the processes, and they, of course, continue to glorify themselves. And that's why we have this
it's not even about tribalism, is it? To power in Nigeria, it's not Igbo versus Yoruba versus.
No. I think
there are two tribes in Nigeria. Us versus them, the oppressors versus the oppressed. Those are the two tribes, really. Exactly. So all these things that we're doing is just a time wasting.
Exactly.
Better than Yoruba and whatever.
Exactly. So yeah, it is really about those people, because of course we have if you look at the National Assembly, it's not run by one tribe, it's not run by one ethnic group. We have people from every corner, every nook and cranny of that country. Representatives that go in the name of representing the people, but they go there and they go there to serve their own interests, self-motivated, self-interest. And what do we have? So every time and time again that we talk about this one ethnic group against another ethnic group, I just think it's a waste of space. I really just think that we're wasting energy and that we're not addressing the real matter. Oftentimes, I think Q has come here again and again, and I share in the sentiment that it is really we against them, and you also echo that now, one man. So it is really about we against them. And the sooner the Nigerian person, the sooner the Igbo man knows that at least for the now we are still a constituent, a people together. Okay, perhaps in the future something will happen, maybe an act of God, something miraculous out of the blue, and Nigeria will be disintegrated. Fine, fair enough. But as it stands now, we are still one people. And the sooner the Yoruba man knows that the Igbo man is not my problem, the Igbo man knows that the Hausa man is not really my problem. It is the political class against the people, against the mass. So the sooner we know that the better we'll begin to channel our energies, and then
I respond to that because I think that's, you know, I like where you're going with that, but it's something that I think there's a little bit of, and I'm not calling you dishonest. I think there's a little bit of dishonesty in the way you package it, right? Because what you're saying is, you're saying, listen, everyone should realize no one else is their problem. It's a class warfare. It's the elite versus the poor, the oppressor versus the oppressed. Everyone knows that. That's like everyone understands that. But the reality is, and the way you sort of characterize maybe by an act of God, it's not going to be an act of God. It's going to be hard work of people on the ground that want to split up the country and have the right to self-determination. So it's not
not necessarily. So sorry, Emeka, you heard us say we want to move away from just this this insular narrative of Igbo and Biafra.
But I'm not talking about.
No, we're not necessarily talking about secession, or we're talking about the wider space and the broader picture and the real problems of Nigeria. The real problems that you have in the East is not the Fulanis. You may disagree.
No, we don't. I don't disagree with that.
The real problem you have in the hold on. The real problem you have in the East is the same problem we have in Yoruba land and the entirety of Nigeria. Is bad governance. That is it. Bad governance.
Exactly.
So, it's bad governance that rests its foundation on a society that's dishonest with itself, that doesn't see itself as having the responsibility to make changes. We allow ourselves to say, oh, the laws, the Constitution. It's the same laws and constitutions that the government itself is breaking every single day. The Constitution is literally a piece of paper. I've always said
you are mistaken again. I don't. This is the conversation you had with that taxi man, isn't it? It's just a matter of perception. It is not that people lack the understanding that change is paramount and imminent and something that must happen, because people are just in some twilight zone in that Nigerian space. They know that, but how that change comes into effect is really what they cannot grapple with yet. This is really where we are. So you have the narrative of secession. There's a narrative of restructuring. There's a narrative of revolution. Mm-hmm. All of these are narratives of change. So the understanding that change has to be effected is not in dispute. Yeah, but how it fleshes out is in contention.
But I'm not in one camp of it. I mean, you're characterizing me as secession. That's fine. I prefer.
No, that's fine. You've been talking Biafra all the way through.
I mean, I've really been talking about an Igbo nation, but anyway, the whole point I'm trying to make is whatever narrative you fall behind, whether it's self-determination or restructuring or whatever. If you don't have the will, the actual citizens themselves you're not going to rely on your elected officials.
No, that is what I was saying to you earlier about being foolhardy. You don't just charge, at something with let me tell you something. This is something I've said here before, and this holds true and sacrosanct. This is a distinction that actually makes the difference. It's just a small tweak in mannerisms, but really a difference nevertheless. The Yorubas I often say they move with stealth and guile. That is how we move, stealth and guile. But the East, their move are just in actual visceral repulsion of something that repels them. So you viscerally repel something that you find repulsive, but we move to situations with stealth and guile. It's a subtle difference in culture and being, but that essentially is still to the same goal. So you are looking to repel in the manner that you know. We are looking to repel in the manner that we know. So everybody acknowledges that. Do you not think that people in Nigeria know that there's a problem, Emeka? Even the taxi driver.
I think that there's a difference between acknowledging a problem and actually having the will to change your circumstance.
Right. Okay. Do you believe that the people in Nigeria, including your taxi driver friend, do you believe that he knows that there's a problem?
I think he knows there's a problem. I think.
And do you think he knows that there has to be change?
I think he lacks the will to.
No. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But do you believe that he believes, because you had a conversation with him, so you would have felt the cut of his jib. So the cut of his jib was it indicative of somebody that acknowledges that there has to be change?
If you drive more than 2 miles in Lagos and you don't think that there's a problem, I think you're delusional.
Okay, so there you are. So we've established two things. You think there's a problem in Nigeria. Your taxi driver friend thinks that there's a problem in Nigeria. You think that change has to be effected. Your taxi driver thinks that there's change that has to be effected. So on those two things, you and your taxi driver, you are in tandem with a good 90-something% of the Nigerian populace. We all think those two spaces. So those two spaces we hold, but then what happens after is really what we now are contending with. So that is where the conversation is. So let's not, be too, so that is where the conversation is. But back to you, Truth to Power.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Roman. So really, like what you said. So we can get to the same destination via different means, and that is really what this is about. Of course, the Nigerian person, there's a lot. I do agree with Emeka that they are behind just knowing or acknowledging that something has to change. The people themselves must have the will to hold people in authority to account more. So the people must have the will. Of course, some lives will be lost, like we saw in the so-called massacre in Lekki. But the people must, if the change must come, because really it's about these ones that are oppressing the oppressed and the oppressors. So the oppressors would continue to wield the big stick. But if the oppressed does not stand up to them, at however cost it comes, then the status quo will remain. So for the status quo to change, the present state of affairs in Nigeria to end and change, beyond just knowing that there has to be a change, the people must by themselves rally to effect this change. And of course, we can see even Buhari not assenting to this bill runs really, how do I put it now? It's testament. It's really testament to the fact that because I think I did hear him at some point, sometime a few years ago or so, where he was having an interview, and he did say that he wanted to leave a legacy that come 2023, Nigeria will be having elections around the country like never seen before. He was talking about it to be transparent, credible, and the like. But what do we see? This is the first salvo now. Something that will show the people that this man is serious about at least leaving this legacy. So if he cannot bring about economic policies that will better the lives of Nigeria, if he cannot help with insecurity, at least let him leave his name in the sands of time by giving Nigeria a
Do you think it's a lack of bravery that we're seeing in the former general? Do you think this is a lack of bravery that we're seeing? Because if you are saying that he was saying previously that he wants to leave a legacy of reform, and this now the biggest reform that will really propel the country into somewhat of a true democracy, and he buckles at the 11th hour. So it doesn't advantage him what comes in the future, because he has run is a constitutional space. So he has nothing to gain personally from it. So did he buckle at the opportunity to say, I'll do it and damn them all? And he just yielded and gave up that opportunity to his party, his people, the tribe, etc. So did he buckle?
I don't think we have another word to describe what we just saw him do yesterday. I don't think there's another word to describe it. He really just missed an opportunity to do the right thing. Damn the political party that gave him the platform, and of course listen and do the bidding of the mass of 200 and something million of Nigerians that are hoping and waiting and looking for that time where we can really go to the polls and say we have elected a leader of our dreams, the one that will truly be accountable to us. So I really think the powers that be, so of course the presidency or the president is just one man, and the powers that be that run that country, starting from the political party that gave him the platform, his tribesmen and the like, the powers that be, they are the one holding him to by the scruff of the neck, I would say. Otherwise, I really see no reason. Perhaps again, is because of course the issue of Tinubu and the like, all the people that are beginning to crop up in the polity and giving us faint ideas that they might be running. Him assenting these bills will be like running counter to them. Of course, again, it goes to say that he doesn't have the balls to face these people, face the establishment, and of course, do the right thing for the mass of people that are waiting on him for 2023 to be a different story. So it missed that opportunity, and I don't know whether the National Assembly will be strong enough, would be ready to say, okay, we'll go contrary to what this man has said, or we'll veto what he has said, and then we'll damn what he has said, and then 2/3 of us will vote, and of course we'll do the biddings and yearnings of the Nigerian people. So that is yet to be seen. But I really do doubt whether they will be able to muster the balls to do this for Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Before I take you to the next talking point, let me just ask you something. Are you in the NFT space?
I have seen, yeah, I'm beginning to research it only recently, the non-fungible token thing. Yeah. I'm beginning to research it recently, but I don't have all the knowledge at the moment. Yeah.
All right. I bought this token that I just put in the comment section. So it's about to be revealed, and then that then tells anyway, it's an interesting space to be in. But let me take you to the El-Rufai photograph. So we saw that photograph that went viral. El-Rufai on his knees in deference and supplication to MALLAM Buhari. So how are we looking at this, or how are you looking at this? Is this, in your view, just a cultural foible or deeper malaise that speaks to the Nigerian space? So is this a cultural foible peculiar to their culture, or a deeper malaise of that rankadede something that now seems to be the national language of the Nigerian space?
Okay, I think context is really key here. I do not know in what context, what gathering, where he was.
It was in Aso Rock to speak to Buhari about the bandit attack on Kaduna State, where 40 people were taken down. He was going there to ask for more troops. So it was just on a function for his people. And as a manner of greeting, with all the photographs present, he dropped to one knee in supplication and deference.
So yeah, I think it's just I wouldn't read too much meaning to it. I wouldn't see it. I just think it's a personal thing. Of course, he's going there to get help from the president. He wants the president to help him, whether by way of giving him more troops or by funding him more regarding the insecurity in the state. So the logical thing would be to kowtow to Buhari. So whichever way he kowtows to Buhari, whether he mops himself on the floor, or I just think it's just a way to solicit. All he did there.
Are we running a monarchical system where we have to kowtow? Why should it be? You don't have to. Yeah, it's an elected official, just like Buhari. Yeah. He shakes his hand, tilts his head slightly with the African acknowledgement to age and authority. Yeah. And that is it. Not on his knees in some.
Yeah.
How does he worship God if he's on his knees to Buhari? How does he worship God?
Exactly. It's a bit on the extreme side, but the kowtowing, like we've been saying, I just think he wanted help, and he just did what he wanted to do that he thinks will work, and Buhari will buy into his narrative and give him troops and perhaps give him some more money too. So I don't want to. Of course, this reverence thing, of course, it's not the best for us as Africans, because there are too many things that we do. We differ, and then we sell our rights. We don't challenge things. We don't question things. But on this occasion, I just think it's some governor trying to get help from the presidency, and he just did what he wanted to do to get help.
All right, Ranka, the way of the future. Let me take you now to this space. This is a person that used to chair the EFCC. She now out of position, and typically when they're out of position, certainly they have the panacea to all of Nigeria's problems. She speaks, Farida Waziri, and she's saying banditry has dented Nigeria's image. So banditry is full bloom under, of course, Buhari, something that's always been a bothersome thing to the Nigerian state, but now in full blossom within the Buhari space. So she is saying that this banditry has dented the country's image. And of course, we know that MALLAM Buhari gave the Fulanis a free pass for the first 4, if not 5 years, if not even till now, of his administration. Now they've run amok and they've are now out of his control. So she's speaking to that. But then she was at a book launch by Dennis Nkume, who also spoke to the secessionist space, charting how he was sent as an emissary by Shagari to Cote d'Ivoire to go and parley with Ojukwu to say that because Shagari at that time was getting signals that Ojukwu was somewhat contrite. So he sent this Igbo man to go and establish and then recommend to him if amnesty should be granted. And Nkome came back and reported that it was contrite, it was tearful, weeping on the shoulders of however many people asking to come back home. So those two spaces are truth to power.
Okay, the first one is regarding banditry. Of course, it's a given. Everyone knows that the issue of banditry is really, it's really out of hands. It's really out of hands now. I don't see Buhari. However, he musters all of his strength and will and everything now. He has less than 1 year and maybe 4 months to run his course. So I don't see how he can win in that fight anymore. He's missed a golden opportunity. He had 8 years. He's had about 6 years plus now, and he's really not done anything from where Jonathan stopped. And it's really shameful for me how that he broke all of his promises, all of his campaign promises. He broke them. And if a man is age, he turned 79, so they said. Only recently, a man is age. Of course, I'm not saying he's going to die now, but of course, by the natural way of life, he's going to go someday, and maybe someday soon. And if a man is age will not have the political will to do the right thing for once, and he's bigoted and jingoistic and really insular, and running that country as though he's running his farm in Daura, it's really a shame. So it's a given that banditry has been the order of the day in Nigeria, and if we don't change tack,
because the narrative that people have been hearing from Nigeria, especially more so, not exclusively to that time period, but especially more so from 2016 till date, is a Fulani headsmen, bandits, kidnapping, ransom, killings, corruption. This has been the storyline from 2015 till date. I cannot think of any good news story that has ever really broken through those narratives to take the headline for a moment. So this is the image problem that this Farida Waziri is talking about and speaking to. That the country, because sometimes we can be insular in Nigeria and we're having all of these conversations within ourselves and we think that the conversation is contained within ourselves. But Nigeria is a very big and important nation, the biggest black country, the biggest black democracy, one of the wealthiest countries in the world. So a lot of spotlight from the international space. The whole of Africa looks to Nigeria. The world looks to Nigeria for the African narrative. And the narrative that we present always is this savagery and barbarism. So the image problem that Farida Waziri is speaking to, another failing of MALLAM Buhari.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I cannot imagine. From that 2015 up until now, every month at least, where we don't hear something that makes the ears really tingle. It's really a shame that from where, of course, Jonathan he did his utmost, and then we just thought this man, a former general, will come into the foray, will run these guys to the ground, will restore sanity, restore respect and dignity, even in the north. And I'm really shocked that these things are proliferated from their own side of the country, from the north. That's where these things have emanated from. And these people I really cannot fathom why, because if you do nothing, before you know, this thing runs you aground. It runs you to the ground and you lose total control. And that's what we see from Sokoto to...
That is the new normal now. We are inured to it now because if the things that are happening in Nigeria on a daily basis and frequently in one day, if it happens in any other country, they will drop the national flag, they will lower the national flag, the nation will be in a period of mourning, they will go through a recovery period, the president will address the nation, everybody will be in tears. Just one instance, but that's just a Tuesday in Nigeria. It's just, we're inured to it now. It's the new normal.
It's really
Fulani headsman now is the new normal in Nigeria.
It's really a shame that we are insensitive to the plights of people. We're going down the drain, and yet we do not see it. And like you said, it's the new normal. When from one part of the country to the other, you hear these things, and it looks like as though it's normal. And if we do not change tack, it is not irredeemable still. It is, a lot can still be done. Perhaps not Buhari, perhaps whoever gets to the hem of affairs in 2023. But it is redeemable. We can do it. If there's a political will, we can run Boko Haram to the ground. We can restore sanity to the north. We can restructure. You see, it all start. I think it will all start if there must be sanity of some sort that will be restored back, and respect and dignity. We need to change tack. You cannot continue to do the same thing the same way and expect a different results. That's absurd. So people must be ready to say, okay, we've done this thing the wrong way for a long time. The leadership of Nigeria. Let's try something different. Okay, let's do it this way, and perhaps maybe we'll be 100 times lucky at that time, and then some sanity, some respect will be restored back to Nigeria. But personally, in my own view, it is not irredeemable. A lot can still be done to salvage from the southeast, the wranglings there, the agitation, to the Yoruba nation determination, to even the middle belt and the south. A lot can still be done for cohesion to still be a reality in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. And to Ojukwu taking a tearful knee to Shehu Shagari, begging to come back home. Thoughts on that? Yeah. Okay,
just a very quick one. So this writer was the one narrating this, I believe, right?
Yes. Dennis Nkume. Okay. This is Dennis Nkume.
Yeah. So what he was sticking to would be that, okay, Ojukwu, he did recognize that he didn't do well, and then while he was in exile, he was contrite, he was ready to. Yeah, I don't put that. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Even though the man was trying to paint the picture of whether Ojukwu believed, because of course, for someone to be contrite,
and it wasn't especially looking at it. It wasn't saying it to disparage Ojukwu or anything like that. It wasn't trying to mock. It was saying it as an example to the secession space that even the person that started this, he eventually saw reason and asked to be reinstated. So why you now so it wasn't even trying especially to be mocking.
Yeah, I understand. Ojukwu could have been contrite, yes, because he had his fair share in how things panned out, and the war broke out, and lives were lost. And the logical thing would be for Ojukwu to be contrite at some point. He might not, of course, he didn't have all of the blame. He had his own share of the blame, and the sensible thing would be to be contrite. But the more important point here, for me, if I have an opportunity to have a discourse or a roundtable discussion with this man, because Ojukwu was contrite doesn't mean people cannot ask for self-determination or secede, even to this day. So it's like saying on the one hand, okay, this man was contrite, and because this man was contrite, the people will continue to remain the oppressed. So it doesn't really work. If things are not working, a marriage or a union is not working. For me, it's not to break it up totally. We have to do the first thing first, to sit around the table, talk about these things. But again, it's been pretty difficult. Nigeria is a peculiar situation. The leadership is not ready to listen. We're just fighting and punching and going against the brick wall. That we just hope that one day we'll break and fall down flat, and then we can have our way as the people of Nigeria. We can only just hope.
Oh, all right, thank you, Truth to Power. The platform always delights in your eloquence. So, with your permission, Truth to Power, let me go on to Engineer, who is rather come to us in a very festive mood. It is the reason to be cheerful, or it is the season to be cheerful. Tra la 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 la. So, Engineer comes in as Father Christmas this time around, but it's not bearing present. So, you can't dress like that without. Where's your swag bag? Where's the gifts? Eh?
Ah,
Look at this guy. Eh?
send me postcode. I
You,
will send you your present.
look at that, eh? When the post are shut down. But good to see you, engineer.
Thank you.
So let's go quickly then to this electoral bill, but let's come at it from the National Assembly. They are throwing agbada all over the place, huffing and puffing that they will do this and that. But are they just huffing and puffing, not able to blow the house down? Is this just the usual nonsense, or bluster, no bang? So the Senate threatens, but what can they do, engineer?
Yeah, greetings to everyone on the platform and people watching the program. One thing we need to understand here, one man, there is something that is missing in that country, and it's something that it can never be fixed. Buhari already checkmate Nigeria, whether we like it or not. I can explain why I said he checkmate Nigeria. You see, when this guy came into power, there are thousands of people, they take their own whatever for him to go and approve this and this and that. Buhari has people that works for him. And this is what is happening. Senate, they will just keep chanting. Nothing is going to take place. They will keep chanting till this man will finish his tenure successfully and go back to Daura. You see, I keep saying this with time without number. They are almost ending their tenure. What can they do to destabilize people's mindset while they're still looting that country money? What can they do? They end up playing games. They end up saying this. They end up crying, or they want to go and get a loan. They end up just creating activities, because what they're doing now is like they're taking people's mindset from the money they have been looting in that country, the money they have been promising they will do this, do that, and they're not fixing nothing. So who is fooling who? These are the questions we need to be asking. Because the way, if Senate like, they should say whatever they want to say. That's their own cup of tea, because they can't go and harass that man. If not, he will expose them. He already settled them. So there's nothing they can do. All the chanting they said they're doing in the Senate is just waste of time. If Senate, they really want to be the real Senate that will represent that country, Nigeria, since the day the 260-something girls that they're being stolen in that country, that they're being kidnapped, Senate would have do something. So whatever they're doing now, they're just chanting. They're just full of bullshit. That's what they're doing. I must be honest with you, man.
All right, thank you, engineer. Engineer, let me take you to this space. El-Rufai takes the knee to MALLAM Buhari. This is something that seems to jar the senses of people somewhat. It's a cultural thing we have to conclude, but the culture is quite different from the whole country. We have a culture of deference in Yoruba land too, not so much in the East, but really it is then to that space. When you become this central national figure, do you have to set aside your cultural peculiarities and just, be just stand alone as one man? Because this seems to upset a lot of people, the way the governor of Kaduna State dropped a knee for MALLAM Buhari.
Yeah, because he is. I said something in this platform. Was it day before yesterday or yesterday? I said there's what we call native intelligence. So we shouldn't forget about where we come from. And that's what I call native intelligence. You have to use that wisdom. Don't think today because you're in power, you will remain there forever. You have to still abide with your own tradition, your own rules and regulation. You know where you come from. You know how you people greet. So him going on his knee, well, he is doing what he is meant to do as his own tradition. And when you come to the short man in Kaduna, which we all know, that man, I must be honest to you, maybe something want to happen in that Kaduna area. That's why he's going to his godfather to go and seek for approval of things that he will defend himself, or he will end up, you know, he knows what he's doing. His politics. He clearly said it. If you want to join politics, your hand must be dirty. That record, that video, I still have it till today, till tomorrow. So he knows what he's doing. Like I said, one man. Because the amount of people that were being killed in that region in Kaduna, honestly, that man, he should have not been in power by now. But due to the godfatherism and whatever they're doing, you know, he's still on the seat. So God will have mercy on him.
All right, and still within that space, engineer, do you think Buhari has missed a golden opportunity by not signing that bill? He had nothing to lose and everything to gain, and he buckled. Do you think he'll regret this?
Why will he regret? While he's somebody that he don't even have time for that. Buhari don't need headache. All he needs is to see his son coming out. So why would he be bothering himself? It has come to the end of 10 or so. Why would he bother himself? One man. The guy don't need headache. Only what he needs is to see his son coming out of his wife's belly. So why would he be bothering himself? That's the question.
Oh yeah, you've had a look, have you? And you've concluded that she's pregnant.
Of course, and apparently they said they would love to name the baby one man or Ajale Koko. That's the rumors.
Is Ajale Koko?
Engineer.
They were naming Engineer Ajale Koko.
That's what I heard. So one man, you're sharp man because you have seen it straight away from the beginning. Well, I give you credit for that. The lady is pregnant. I must be honest with you.
Come on, man. We've all seen pregnant women now, and what are they? I mean, it's only in Nigeria now. When the NSAS happened, they tell us that it didn't happen, even though we saw it happen. We see a pregnant woman, and they're telling us it's fake news. What is fake news? They say it's Photoshop. What are you doing?
There's nothing like Photoshop. What we need to understand when it comes to that religion, if a lady is pregnant, that's the way they put something to cover up the big belly.
And especially the way she was stroking the belly is a tell. You know it now.
Yes,
pregnant women, they are always stroking the belly.
The baby is tormenting her.
It's probably kicking or turning, and then you are stroking it. You know, come on.
So man. I think let's give credit to Buhari for doing his job. Since people are thinking he can't do it
in the other room. In the other room.
Buhari is a goal. Is a goal. Look at that. Buhari is a goal.
The baby comes out half Turkish.
Jubri that pregnanted that woman.
When the baby turns out to be half Turkish, or he turns out to be Saudi Arabian,
it won't be half Turkish, almost likely half Emirati.
Arab.
Yeah, you know. But
let's wait and see then.
Yeah, I think it'll be a gender selection something, because you know he's had 10 children, Buhari, 8 girls, 2 boys. One of the boys are sadly deceased, so essentially he has only 1 son. And you know, people like that, they always like a spare, you know. So
exactly.
What have you not spoken on? You've pretty much. I don't want to go to this Igbo cannibalism again, because Deborah is telling me to leave the Igbos alone. So to them, their own, the peculiarities of their diet. Reps break silence. So you've spoken on that. So thank you, engineer. Yeah, so stay with us. Coming festive. So the only person that makes an effort in this place is engineer. You know, he's come as an Igbo. The only thing that has not come as yet though is a Yoruba man. Because we saw you you wear Igbo outfit all the time. You never, you know.
Christmas, so that's why This I bought my Christmas wear and it's lightning, so I'm just getting ready for the Christmas. I must be
Look at
honest to
that.
you.
Are you one of those people that put this? Do you put lights around your house and you beam it? Is this? Are you one
Of
of those
course.
people? Are you one of you know those people that they'll light up their whole house with bubbles
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. Apparently, my light spoiled. The distribution board. I think I need to change it. That
look at
is
that
faulty.
the electricity bill. God.
After
Are
wearing,
you? What are you having? Are you having turkey?
I tell you what, one man. I'm going to friends' house. Thousands of friends they invited me, so I think I escaped last year, but this year.
Okay, it's not your turn to cook this time around.
No. I'll go out. If Emeka invite me to come to America, I'll come and enjoy with him.
Emeka, you go to Emeka to eat. We were saying we want to avoid look at
engineer. Don't go there.
Okay,
You know that delicacy.
You know, but I always have a geese rather than a turkey, yeah, because I don't like the taste of turkey, and then it doesn't keep past Christmas Day as well. You know,
Well, I think smoked turkey is very nice. It's very tasty.
No, that's good, but you know how we do turkey now. When you shove all the nonsense inside it, by the next day it's just like sandpaper. But
yeah,
geese, I always get geese. Yeah, so so that's what I usually get. All right. Thank you, engineer. Coming in a festive spirit. Thank you, engineer. Stay with us just for as long as you can. We know that. Are you working tomorrow? Are you working in the morning?
No. I'm off tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. So you can round up for us then. So that's engineer. Well, formerly engineer, but today Father Christmas. Let me change your name to Father Christmas because you have now come as Father Christmas. But thank you, engineer. Let's go from engineer to Thomas. Thomas, let's take your soundings on this Farida Waziri, who is talking about the image of Nigeria and how it has just been thrown in the gutter by the Abokis.
One man. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everybody. It's the image has been spoiled since. It's been long. The lady is just coming to affirm what has been in that space. The Nigerian don't have any image concerning terrorism. I was checking the system today. Nigeria is on the terrorist index. Afghanistan on the top, Iraq second, Nigeria is the third. Even Syria was down. So the woman is speaking the truth, but I know anytime they are in power, they don't speak the truth. When they know that there's nothing for them again, that is where they normally speak the truth. They know the truth. But when they're in the power, if they are still eating from that system, they will never say the truth.
Thank you.
I don't expect this.
You know what the Jadenyoju once said? It wasn't even the Jadenyoju, it was some small young buck that was on a panel with Femi Adesina when Femi Adesina has ever defended the indefensible. So the guy then, when they got to the guy, that what do you have to say about what Femi Adesina said? He said that, well, Femi Adesina is only observing table manners. You know, you don't talk you don't talk with your mouth full. So this is the thing, you don't talk with your mouth full. So when they are working and chopping in the state, they don't talk. But then when they come out, they have all the answers to the problems.
They have all the answers.
Burutai telling us how to kill insecurity. I mean, 5 years.
Yeah. So they know the truth, but they will never speak to the umpire up there. Because if that lady is saying this when he's EFCC chairman, but I'm waiting for one day somebody in that cabinet will look at Buhari's face like this one-on-one. That's Mallam, Baba, you have done worst. What did you have to lose? Pata, they will sack you. But it will be on record that one person speak the truth to the power, even though he's in the cabinet. But we never see that. This lady, what he said is good, but I expected her to say this before this time. Is he just waking up from his sleep now? No. The name has been bad for years. Even when she himself is in that power, Nigerian image has been just. I'm telling you now, Nigeria is the third in terrorists, in index, in the whole world. Third. Even Syria is down. Syria, we normally know that Syria is the worst place to live before. Nigeria is even worse than Syria. Even by now, Afghanistan is even better because now nobody is fighting in Afghanistan. The Taliban has took the power. There is no fight again. You will nearly hear any bomb in Afghanistan again now. You nearly, because the US left, the English left, Australian troop left, everybody left. They leave them. Now there is no fight. There is even peace in Afghanistan now. So Nigeria needs to wake up. And even if Obasanjo came out today as a presidential candidate, I will vote for him. Because Obasanjo will not sit down with what is going on now. Folding his arms, crossing in egg, eating fura de nunu in Daura. No, Obasanjo will never. We can't have this insurgency in Obasanjo's tenure. Never. I will still say Obasanjo is the best president so far. Obasanjo will never sit down and watch this thing going on. People killing, roasting, every blessed. There is no news coming down in that space that is pleasant to the ear. Mama, it is terrible. It is very pathetic. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Thomas.
Why doesn't
so hold on, because I told you not to do that. But sorry, Charles. You know I love you and love to hear from you. But I'm trying to really manage the time quite strictly this time around. Thomas, you were saying somebody should stand frontally to Buhari and tell him that it's a failure in government just whilst they're in government. But how far from that are we when we see one of the most potent members of the APC, El-Rufai, doing rababa to MALLAM Buhari? You know what rababa means? He's doing rababa, So what are you making then of that image? A double position rolling on the floor. Only goes fire.
One man, to me, that act of greeting in that space called North, it's not new. Because I normally saw them, they will bend down to not on their knees, they will bend down and shake each other and put their right hand in their chest. But I think the man did it effectively. I don't think in that way that is trying to rababa or is trying to belittle himself. El-Rufai they vote for El-Rufai. There's nothing different from El-Rufai and Buhari. The difference between them is El-Rufai is governing his state, Buhari is governing Nigeria. They are both elected officials. But I think the man went to the extreme, or maybe he forgot himself, or maybe I don't know. But to that space, they have that respect of greeting elders. Even some of the Hausas, they don't even have chair in their sitting room. They do sit on the floor, greet themselves. So to me, I don't see it in that way.
To Mandala.
Yes.
They can do that for 2 hours. So to Mandala.
So that is
it's like a pre-mantis, isn't it? To Mandala. It's weird people, these strange people. To Mandala. What's that?
If Jaffa catch you, you're in trouble.
What is to Mandala? What is to Mandala?
That's like okay, well done.
Okay,
well done. That's the meaning. Okay, well done.
Can you explain why? I don't know. Can you explain why he would be in trouble? Or are you just joking, or would he actually be in trouble?
Well, you know why. Yeah, I mean, they just have the barbarism, the primitiveness, the lack of these are sedentary pedestrian people. These are not people of. These are uncivilized people.
Okay.
One man, what I want you to understand is in Nigerian space,
You know that
you
you are in
can't.
trouble too, Emeka, for all of the things that you are saying. You go to the north, you know.
Whenever I
North.
go to Nigeria, I go straight to the east. I don't venture anywhere else. I don't have time to go anywhere else. I might go to Lagos because I like Lagos.
What is wrong with you, man? I'm going to make time for you, you know, Emeka, because I have concerns about you. I'm going to make time for you.
About me? Why would you have concerns about me?
Because you're somewhat of an odd fellow.
Okay.
That you come across as, I shouldn't say you are, but you come across to me as somewhat of an odd fellow.
Why would I go to Northwest Nigeria or Northeast Nigeria?
Well, Abuja is the capital. You have to go there. You have all these fixed opinions about Northerners, but you've not even been to this space. So is this just what you're getting from Radio Biafra?
No, I think I don't even listen to Radio Biafra.
Well, of course you do. Don't come on, man.
Oh my goodness.
Of course you do.
So where do you get your fast from? All this.
But I'm sorry. Really, Northern place is strange to us. It's strange. It's just like another land. You don't know which place to go.
Hold on. It's not strange to me.
If I go to the north,
it's strange.
I go to the north, right?
It's strange to you. You mean, Tony? It's strange to
No,
you.
you know many of our guys that were murdered in Libya for just walking on the street. They said that you look at somebody's wife. You know, this is.
Yeah, why are you looking at somebody's wife?
Why are you looking at somebody's wife?
No, when you move on the street, you want to be looking straight. You don't look sideways. You know, look sideways.
When you're in Rome, you do like the Romans do.
No, then that's why we should call the conspirator too. Let the Abuja go to the north and then they stay their way.
Don't worry about that. Abuja is not in the north. Yeah,
it makes no sense for someone like me that enjoys my freedoms and liberties to go to the northern part of Nigeria.
Abuja is in the north central.
Okay, I know. Listen, I know where Abuja is, but I'm not gonna. I don't have a house in Abuja. My houses are all in the east.
I don't have a house in Abuja. I've been there.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
You know, they have things called what's it called? They call what's that thing? What's that thing that you used to rent?
Abuja is the south central.
Rent a space.
I know where Abuja is, but there's no look for me outside of the east. In Africa, I'd rather just spend time in Ghana. There's no point in me going anywhere else.
Ghana, look at that.
You spend
time in Ghana.
Can I ask Tony a question, please?
Yeah, go
yes,
ahead.
Sir. I'm here.
If you're talking about the north, I just want you to the plain truth here, right?
Okay, distinguish. Or tell me what you want to say.
You're talking about the north.
Yes, sir.
Has the north passed through Yoruba and Igbo to become a president in that country? Yes or no?
Can you? Okay. Let me ask a question with question. That is, have you produced? Have we produced any minister, federal capital minister in Abuja? And then where should the central bank be located in the north? The NBA in the north, all the military, everything is in the north. Why? So the northern people always feel superior to us. So we have no sense of belonging. We have no sense of belonging. So we have no stake in the Nigeria project. We in the south. Okay, so the north is the north. It's okay, just like South Sudan and North Sudan. We are brothers, African brothers.
No, but you didn't answer my question, but I'll answer your question. You know why they move everything to the north? Because the north checkmates the Igbos and the Yorubas.
Thank you very much.
You understand? Good. So, but this is what I'm saying to you. When you're talking about the north, but why are they too smart? If we have Yoruba elites that goes to school, we have Igbos that goes.
Because sorry.
When we have Yoruba prince.
Can I answer you? Let me answer my question. So let me answer my question, sir.
How do the north dominate all this?
The north is no, hold on. The north is
Yoruba prince.
The north because the northerners. No, because the Hausa Fulani, the northern, the core north are mixed with Arabs. So the whiter the race, the more intelligent. Let's say the fact. Today one man was asking a question to one of our. No, it's true. Go to America, also the same thing. Blacks are killing blacks. Go to Jamaica. Blacks are killing blacks.
Hold on, Tony.
Yes, sir.
Let me give you this. Abuja, which is the capital city where all these things are placed, Abuja is closer to Ondo than it is to Sokoto or Kebbi. Abuja is closer to Asaba than it is to Katsina. Abuja is closer to Osun State than it is to Yobe State. So Abuja is at the heart of the country. It's not necessarily a northern space. It's even a middle belt space.
In the middle belt.
No, hold on. Can I speak now? Yeah, can I answer your question? Briefly. Excuse me, sir. Who created Abuja? Abuja was not debated. You know what I'm saying? So, Abuja
who created Abuja? No, who created Abuja?
It was, it was Ahmadu Bello. It's Murtala Mohammed.
It was Gowon.
No. Ahmadu Bello's wish. No, it was not Gowon. It was Murtala Mohammed that did that. You need to go and read the North-South dialogue by B.C. Ogunbadejo.
Oh, all right. Let me just.
There's nothing wrong with Abuja, by the way. I'm not interested in Abuja. If I had to pick,
it's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful city, but I don't. It's so they just build it to entice us.
Let me tell you one thing about Abuja. You know that Abuja is the first and probably still the only purpose-built capital city by Africans for Africans.
Okay, and then we cannot hold a Miss World contest because the Muslims are angry. They're angry because there was a publication in Denmark some years ago. This is the northern part of the country. Is Sharia
I am
law.
sorry to say you don't know what you're talking about.
I know.
One man. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
There's nothing wrong with Abuja. Abuja is a great city. It's beautiful.
How do you know that? How do you know it's a great city and it's beautiful when you've never been to anywhere other than Ughelli or wherever it is you're from?
Maybe there's a place called Ughelli, man. But anyway,
there is. Well, you are an Insta now. You should know.
I have cousins.
One.
I have cousins that live in Abuja, and Abuja is known to be a very nice city. I think it's perfect. I just don't want. I don't want to go there. There's no point in me going there. I'd rather spend my time.
What are you afraid of?
No, you're my friend. You're my friend, Emeka. You're my friend.
Are you somewhat cowardly? Are you cowardly?
No, but if I had to choose,
you're afraid of Lagos. You're afraid of Abuja. You're afraid of anything.
I didn't say I was afraid of
that.
Lagos.
Is not.
I just said if I have to spend my time somewhere, it's not going to be Abuja. Like, I'd rather spend my time in the East. If I'm in Africa, I'd rather go to Cape Town or Johannesburg or...
Charles is
you are fighting for Biafra. You are going to Cape Town.
Don't worry. I'm going to narrow you down, Emeka. Don't worry. I think I've already narrowed you down anyway, but
one man. Can I quickly correct Tony for something?
Right, go on.
Now, allow me that.
Tony.
Say Olani.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Akinola Aguda, you understand, was the one that shared a panel that's nominated Abuja. Don't just say this guy came out, Murtala Mohammed. I said Yoruba man was the one that suggested Abuja. So let's take all this ethnicity away from that Abuja. Please, that's what I just wanted to.
Yeah. I get you. That is exactly what Wama was asking. Asking these guys today. There was a debate that just left. When I just woke up, that Wama was asking some questions about the ethnicity. When somebody was telling him about the things that this people, then Thomas said that these people, they are responsible. Our people who are our representatives. These people, their hands are tied. Their hands are tied by these colonial masters of the north.
Oh, all right.
Their hands are tied.
No, Tony. Tony. Sorry, Tony. Yes. I'm going to have to excuse you because I don't think you say anything other than these things that you do say, and I'm not sure that this is the space for it because
I
want you to be a bit more involved rather than we're not doing just blind attack.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be objective.
Hold on. Don't be sorry. We're not doing Fulani hating or Hausa hating here. We're doing critical analysis of our subject matters. So we're not just one catch-all phrase. We're not launching ethnically, tribally at anybody. We're just we're interrogating wrongdoing. So please.
I love Hausa people. What is Nigeria without Suya? What is Nigeria without Suya? That used to be my own.
Mute yourself, Tony, please. You are too
okay.
For me.
Okay.
Too much for me.
One man.
Yeah.
Back to the discussion. So that we can manage our time, please. You can't rule out ethnic group, religious in anything in that country called Nigeria.
Exactly.
So some people will say, if you are leading a state, if you are leading a country, or if you are a governor of a state, you should not portray to be coming from one ethnic group. You can't rule it out. That is why you see El-Rufai greeting Buhari in that manner. I'm not offended by it. Yoruba people, the ladies, they bend on their knees. We guys, we prostrated. The Igbos and shake their elders. That is their culture. They should go by it. But I think El-Rufai went to the extreme of going down, or maybe, I don't know, maybe he forgot himself or he was carried away. But I will not take it as an offense, or maybe it's just jittery, or it's being coerced by Buhari, or is looking for anything.
How do you mean, and what do you guys? What are we really talking about?
All right. Let me just. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go on from Thomas to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind to you. So that space that Thomas just left, El-Rufai kowtowing to Buhari. People are just insisting that it's just a cultural something. So is that your reading as well?
Well, it is. It is somewhat. But what I see there is, I see this guy as an hypocrite. I've seen him do that to the emir of Kano, former emir of Kano, and some other emirs, but he doesn't do that to some emirs. He has selected people that he does that to, which is culturally, you should do that to those. In fact, not really somebody who is older than you. I've seen both old person and younger person, when they meet on the road, they kind of kneel. I think especially the Fulanis, they both the male, two male, they can be on their knee, bent, and be greeting each other for a long time, for 10, 5, 20 minutes, however it lasted. But somebody of his caliber, I mean, of El-Rufai's caliber, I think he should know better that when you're not consistent, you do it for some people, you don't do it for some people. It shows that this man is just an hypocrite, of some sort. I see that he does that for Buhari most times when he goes to Aso Rock, and usually I think it's somebody who's just who does that sometimes just to maybe seeking something, some kind of favor, or some, I don't know, maybe some selected people he just kind of consider as his own people. I don't know. So, but my only beef there with him is just his inconsistency, not being consistent in how he does it to some people and he doesn't do it for some people. That's what I have beef with. But however, I don't think there's anything wrong. But on the national level, how would it be perceived? Because if you are a governor, a chief administrator of a state, normally we should just shake hands with your maybe your superior, which is the head of states, I mean the president, and that should suffice. I don't know why he would just stoop that low. We know it's cultural, but how would it be perceived? Both internationally, not just because people can read more meaning to it. I mean, is it saying it's subordinate to this man or what? So, well, that's their own deal. That's all I can say about it.
All right, thank you. Let me quickly go back to that Abuja space that we were talking about just now, and let me read this out. The Federal Capital Territory, also known as FCT, was created upon the promulgation of Decree Number 6 of 1976. It came into existence due to a need to find a replacement for the capital city of Lagos, which had become congested and had little space for expansion. The area chosen as the new capital was principally Gwari land, with high concentrations of Muslim and Christians and a high degree of neutrality from the dominant ethnic groups. It is the least populated state in Nigeria. So 1976, so as I said, it was Gowon that actually created Abuja. But let me take you to a different space. Buhari refusing to assent to the electoral bill. Did he miss an opportunity to institutionalize himself in gold within the Nigerian space? Was this his last redemption portal that he let passing by?
Well, are you saying I should not take the one of the federal capital city anymore? You don't want me to talk about that?
No, you can talk about that, but I was
Okay,
just
yeah,
quoting
just be brief.
if you have any thoughts on that.
Okay,
Yeah, of course.
so yeah, you know, it's being debated here as to who actually was the brain behind the moving of moving a federal capital city from Lagos to Abuja. There are some people who say it's I think I've had people say Gowon. Some people say what's it called?
It was Gowon. We know that it is Gowon. It was promulgated in 1976. 1976.
Of course, yeah,
that's Murtala woman. Murtala 76. Murtala.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, Murtala. Yeah. I think he was removed 75. I think he was removed 75 or 76. That was when Gowon was removed by Murtala. So anyway, I think it's Murtala. And he died 77. I think so. All right. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that I think some people still say it's Gowon. I mean, some people say it predates even Murtala. But the thing is this: what I know about the whole history is that
no, we can't go with speculations. We can only go with what is known and documented. So the decree was promulgated on a particular day. So that is the birthing of it.
Well, it could be that Murtala promulgated the decree. It could be something that has been in the working for some time. Who knows? It could be.
Yeah, but that is the birthing. That is when it was birthed. That is when it came into being. Yeah.
We go by that. We go by that then. So anyway, I'm just saying, just for those people who might want to contest it, that's what I'm just saying. It could be anybody prior to that. So anyway, so I think it's the whole idea behind it was because at some point Lagos was becoming congested, and I think the crime rate at that time after the war and all that, and the ugliness of some part of Lagos, and all that also bear on the whole decision as to why they want to move it. But some people say it's political too, because it's just a way of because they've said the capital city has been I think the first capital city was in Calabar, the colonial capital city, then moved to Lagos, and then now it's the turn of the north. So there are many different schools of thought because I've read so many history about the whole thing behind it. So, but then the thing is this: for one, if the reason given was because of Lagos was becoming rowdy, very, very on capital, I would say, because when you go to any nation that is sane, the capital city is always their identity. I've been to several countries in the world, and usually the capital city is different from other cities or major cities they might have. You see that governmental building and all of that, all of that just to show that yes, this is much. Lagos did not really have it even from inception. It did maybe in the 50s, 60s, but when it became crowded, it's what they call Eco Federal. Then they used to call them Lagos Federal. I think it's a part of Lagos that is known as federal part of Lagos. So anyway, if that reason that was given was because of the crowdiness and the rowdiness of Lagos and the population explosion in Lagos, I can understand that for one. But we know there are other motive behind it. They are beyond what we all know, because it was a northerner that did this. I mean, the person of Murtala, perhaps some people say it's not a really pure northerner, but we all know the gains behind it. So anyway, so for me that's just that. So just to go straight to the other one, you see, Buhari, some people have said it that he would never assent that bill. He never put his signature on it. Well, I think he missed an opportunity. He missed an opportunity. I think he missed an opportunity. But that is Buhari for you. Buhari will always be Buhari. I mean, I think this guy is going to go down in the history of Nigeria as the most how do I put that? I'm even looking at backward. The president has really set that country back than any other president in that history of that country. It shows that the guy is not a Democrat. He's not a Democrat. It's just he feigned, he pretended. They sold him to us back in 2014. I mean, kind of Tinubu war machine and all of that. They painted him, and later we find out that this man was not really a true Democrat. We can see how he handled opponents, those who are dissenting voices, how he locked them up and he used the brutal force and killed people in the person of Sunday Igboho and the people he killed at his home, and never approached things in a democratic way. So what else? Like, I think I still want to stick to what Obasanjo said about this man. He said, this guy has nothing to offer us anymore. I think he has nothing to offer. From this point, you say what?
Buhari doesn't take 100% of the blame. Buhari is not the only person to blame.
Well, you can say, but he's the man. He's the one at the. I mean, he's the one there. He's the one leading the whole government. So the whole blame should go on him. So if he has another person that.
Who gets the blame? Is it me that gets the blame? What are you talking about?
If you create space for me later, I'll explain. I don't want to interrupt him, but I wanted to make sure I got that in there. Buhari is not.
Why I agree that.
When have you been shining, interrupting? You've interrupted everybody, but look at this guy. You are a character, you know. This guy is a character. He's an irrational mind.
Yeah, he is. He's a fellow. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is, I just see Buhari has missed an opportunity, like you asked the question. Yeah. But then for me, nobody should expect anything from this man. And the only thing, my only problem with this is how long are we going to deal with this? Because a year and maybe 6 months or 4 months from now that we have before this man hands over, it's still a long time.
It's a long time. It can cause a lot of damage, and it will cause a lot of damage. Yeah.
I mean, each day it keeps setting that country back and back. So, and then it does nothing. I mean, he has no empathy. I mean, that is one quality a leader should have. I mean, if you're a leader, a true leader.
And one man is coming here to tell us that we should vote for Atiku. Is it not what one man is telling us here?
I didn't tell you to vote for Atiku. I said I would prefer Atiku.
That is it.
24 years. For another 24 years, power will not go to the north. Because
why?
Power will stay in the south. IS will remain in the north central. I'm telling you fact. You see this thing that are going on, this killing that has taken over the corners. Do you think anybody is happy? You think those that are in the corner, they are happy? How can some part of the country be Sharia, some part be this? We can't live like this. People are not ready to put their vote in any Sharia state as president of this country anymore. We cannot continue seeing people bloodletting across this country, and you think we're all happy?
It's kind of
need for change.
You know, it's kind of.
Let me tell you, power will not go to the north for this time around.
It's kind of funny because, you know, God bless you for saying that. It's kind of funny, like the average Nigerian. It's like, are you seriously thinking that what's going on in Nigeria is normal? Like, I mean, look at what's happening in Nigeria.
People are alarming about it, which is to tell you that they don't consider it to be normal.
There's a difference between alarming. I don't know. Maybe because even though I come to Nigeria,
why don't you go to Nigeria and lead it from the front, and then we will follow you?
No.
So you are closeted in California, wherever you are.
Do you know that Buhari is
you're closeted in California beating war drums. Don't cause it in California beating war drums.
Go and beat that. There will not be war in Nigeria.
There's not going to be a war in Nigeria. Luckily,
there are not going to be war in Nigeria. Peace will come to Nigeria. Those advocating for war, they are just.
How are you leading this change that you
not see any war in this part of this part of the world? Nigeria will not go to war.
Nigeria's luckily
that is fact.
There's
but you guys must realize that Buhari is the only man who has been having 12 million votes in the north during the early days. There is no other person as popular as that man in the whole of the northern region. Remember, is the highest ranking northerner to ever live again. So they gave him this opportunity to better this country. He has failed. Power will not go to the north for a long time. Nigerians are tired. They want peace.
Are you not seeing El-Rufai on his knees? Why do you think he's on his knees? Look at this guy. You don't understand what's going on.
He's on his knees because El-Rufai is a dramatic man also on his own. He's on his knees because Buhari is like a lord to him. So if he go and portray before him, I don't see anything bad in it. To me, or Buhari and El-Rufai, are they of the same level? No, absolutely. Buhari is one of the highest ranking northerner that ever exists today. So who is El-Rufai not to go and lie down in front of Buhari? If he even go down and be rolling his body down, doesn't matter.
You see, that's what problem we have in our country. We do
that's an issue though, isn't it? That's an issue.
Nigerians they admire personality, they worship personalities, and that's why.
That's what we are in this country.
Very, very
you are not seeing it in the
not
churches.
all of us.
Don't you see these things in churches? Don't you see it in churches? That is what we are in the country. So what El-Rufai did is normal thing, my brother. After all, to them, Buhari is God. So,
well,
Femi Adesina was his name not come to tell us before that man is greater than the wall of war. So what are we talking about?
Unbelievable.
Those people are. I mean, the level. I mean, this kind of sycophancy among those people is just. It's
but rational mind. What do you think the average Nigerian is willing to do about it? That's the difference between Nigerian and
Emeka, I understand what you're saying. Ever since you've been speaking, Nigerians don't seem to want to take their own future into their hands. When by Nigerians, I mean the masses themselves. That is why these people are running roughshod.
Are you not in Nigeria? And didn't you run to US and they're talking? Come and take your vision in your hand here. Don't run to US and be in Texas. Telling rubbish. Nigerians don't want to take picture in their hand. Means what? How do you want them to take it? Are you not in Nigeria? What are you doing in Texas? Come here. Let's take it in our hands.
Do you know what I'm doing? I don't have to be there in person. I can support with my money.
It is blackmailing.
Don't support with your money. Bring your leg and bring your two legs forward. We don't need your money.
He's like,
wait. You go to the media space and begin to talk and begin to don't make
it in the global
ego. Listen, we're not.
Don't bring your money. Come and stand with Showore here and go to prison here. Don't bring your money.
Ego, just wait. We are
all
not
of us. Let's go back.
We are not.
You should come here. Don't come to the public space here and begin to talk. After you come and mislead people, come and criticize those who are fighting here, telling them that you support.
But you forget I was there now.
Put your money in your pocket. We don't want it. Come and stand in front of the guns and bombs here and tell me you're a man.
Ego, just wait.
What are you talking about?
Ego, just wait a minute. I think there's one thing you're missing here, Ego. One, you don't know what rational mind does.
What do I miss?
That's one thing. You don't
as much as you are one place, Mr. Man, quiet. You are not doing anything. Be here and tell me you are doing something. Don't tell me you are in front of me and be talking and talking. You know what you are doing. What you are doing is don't talk that kind of rubbish. Come forward here. Look at you. They tell you what you're doing. No, they don't need to tell you. You are seeing it in your eyes. You don't come and hide in back of one video and begin to tell us rubbish.
So are you saying more going to criticize our people again? Is that what you're saying?
No, let's go there.
Don't criticize. Why you criticize them? Play your quotas.
But
hide somewhere and criticize.
Do you know what I'm doing? Do you know what I do?
You know what I do? Doing nothing. Rational mind. You are a liar from the pit of hell. You do nothing but talking.
I know saying you be DSS. You want me to reveal my identity so that you can't wait for me for airport.
We're not citizens of France where we can just come and speak what we are, open minds and show our face. We are literally citizens of the country that's the third most terrorized country in the entire world. It's not their level of citizen. You don't just
do nothing. You only talk.
Okay,
Emeka, come. Let's go,
bro.
Oh, ego. Listen.
Yes.
You don't know what I can do.
I'm with you, rational mind.
I don't need to
understanding you. See, it's my time we have an obscene. The problem I have with my people right now platform, it is high time we have a better debate. Reality. See, there is difference between an opinion and truth. There is difference between facts and where we guess.
Yes.
It is high time we begin to debate the issue the way they are. And stop when they were talking Ajalekoko, we tell you that you want me to come to Nigeria and die and put my life and this. Are you better than those that put their life there? Or what do you mean by that?
Go. This one you just
it's time we begin to understand that it is our duty to build Africa.
Exactly.
It's the duty of no one. Africans should not sit somewhere and begin to destroy and criticize Africa, and they are building mansions in England. Come and build that mansion in that street.
Okay. People in the diaspora. Will you allow me to speak? Now my time it is. Make I speak. Talk. All right. Wait. So if you say we could not criticize our people, you say we could debate. It's now time for us to debate. What have we been doing on this platform? Because if you don't debate, if you don't criticize, what are you debating then? Because in the process of debating, you have to criticize, you have to make suggestions. And one thing about me on this platform is that that's why even though I criticize, I speak to so issues as to what we can do, what I feel, or how I think that we can do to actualize or to realize whatever agitations that we all have. Either I want Nigeria, we want to have one Nigeria, or we want to go our separate ways. How we can attain that? I usually do that either at the end of my, or even in between my my submission. So Ego, the one you're talking about, I just feel like sometimes you just like to antagonize people here because maybe what we say sometimes doesn't sit well with you. No, if we, like you said, if you want us to debate, we have to debate, and then in the process we criticize the space as well, and also prefer solution.
That's right.
So this is your way of coming to and attacking us. I mean, just
one man is ready to pay flights to Nigeria to anybody going to Nigeria. Simple.
Ego, yes. Engineer will send me the check and I will cash it and send it over. But Ego, let me remind you of what Aisha Yesufu said. Do you know what Aisha Yesufu said, Ego? She said, no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any other Nigerian. So you are not more Nigerian than any other Nigerian. So we are entitled, just as you are entitled, wherever you are situated and wherever we are situated. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than any other Nigerian.
Stop criticizing me and stop telling me that I don't want to take my destiny into my own hand because you are in America. Stop saying that. When you come here to begin to tell me that, you are trying to tell me that I am just here like Mr. Man. We should choose our words very well.
American visa today. Will you come to America? If they give you American visa today, will you come to America?
He says no, he's lying. He says no, he's lying.
Who is that? Who is talking there?
Thomas, if they give you American visa today,
come to America to do what? What do you mean?
I said they give you permanent
if you go to America, you don't come back home. Who do you think? What do you think is this America? Or
no man want to go and take list of names now.
Who do you come back home?
Ego, correct them. Ego, correct them. They are calling you ego. Tell them you are ego.
You people are not even ashamed. America. Zep, America. I put America.
Right
What's the problem? See, you didn't know the shout. You didn't shout in America. Come to America. Come to here. Come to there. Come to there. Where are you from? Are you from America?
Ego. Correct them.
Listen, if they come to America, you people just go to neglect Africa across the world, making them pity your citizens in the airport because you have no sense of human. Come on, America. What is America? For God's sake. Is it not the same London? British our money was better than the other. Our country has been grinding. Let us look for a way to better the country. Not when two of you have the opportunity to get American lottery. A guy posted a comment of recent that some people living all this America and all this place are Europe, that some people living in Africa are better than these who are living where people say it's a lie. This and I say, look at this, but it's the truth.
Let me tell you
everybody abroad that is well, how do you mean?
Let me tell you something.
You people should come here with facts and tell us what we can understand. Before you come and tell me America. Fuck you up in America.
Ego.
My brother, that is too much.
Wait.
Can you let me ask one question? Please?
Wait, I bet you.
One man, come and rescue us.
I will not answer you any question. Be proud of your country first. America.
I bet you.
Be proud of your country first. I will not answer your question.
Thank you. I want to ask you a question as a Nigerian, not as a foreigner.
Okay, ask me as a Nigerian.
Now, are you saying are you saying Nigerians cannot contribute anywhere they are in the world to development of Africa or Nigeria?
That is not what I'm saying, sir.
$30 a year.
Sir, I have not said that. Please,
okay.
Listen, the context in which I'm talking should not be misunderstood. See, sometimes you people just exaggerate with you. It should not be like that, bro. I said, and it's quite clear, stop telling us that we are not ready to take our destiny in our hand because you are in America or you have visa to go to Texas or whatever.
No. We're telling you.
That is to the generality of Nigeria.
How do you want us to take it in our hands?
It's not about Nigeria as to. It's generally speaking to Nigeria wherever you are. There are many Nigerians in diaspora.
Listen to the comment of Rational Man again. Listen to him. I hear him.
What
did I say? Nigerians don't want to take their unit. Who is here in America?
But Nigeria
should come here and take the destiny in his hand. Why did he go to America to look for destiny in his hand? Why did he take the one in Nigeria in his hand?
Roslyn is angry. She's angry.
I will boldly say that. You know why? Because look, Nigerians in the diaspora send $30 billion to Nigeria every single year. They send at least $30 billion to Nigeria every single year.
Nobody is blind of that. Nobody don't understand. Even myself, I contribute my quota.
So if everybody come back home, who's going to send that money?
But what we are debating is quite different. You are sending $1 billion to Nigeria, does not mean you will sell Nigeria to others.
Did you hear Thomas' question?
Or you will say that Nigeria is a push. Then it's America that is a city. Come on, man.
If everybody comes back, who's going to send that money? That's what Thomas just asked.
If you guys knows Ayo currently, he went to Nigeria to fight for Nigerians. He always come on this platform.
Okay, those are the kind of people we are talking about.
Exactly.
Who believe that yes, Nigeria belongs to everyone. And not by criticizing the people back there as if we are sleeping over here.
If we not criticize,
we are not sleeping over here. We face the guns, we face the bullet, we face the kick, everything we are facing it. You are there telling us that we are not taking our destiny to our hands. Are you the one fighting for us here?
Go.
How many bullets you face? How many you face? How many bullets you face? Down there, they sneaky coming on top of this platform.
Show us the bullet. Show us the bullet. The scar of the bullet.
I bet you.
During the Babangida time, I protested.
You said Nigeria protested. Where am I not in Nigeria?
So what are you doing?
If I am here where the bullet and the kidnapping and everything is taking place, what am I facing, young men? What am I facing? Am I dancing? Am I in a party? Am I in a street where there is disco lights where they say America? America.
Ego, I bet you 10 million naira. If somebody gave you a visa to come to America and to live in America, I bet you 10 million naira. If somebody gave you a passport to come to America, I bet you 10 million naira. You will take that visa to America or passport to America. If you say you don't take the passport to America, we all know you're lying.
Excuse me, come again. Wait, come again. What are you saying? You say what?
I said that.
Emeka, please. Emeka, please.
Wait, let me go.
No, Emeka, please, Emeka. Please, see. The thing is this, the way I say
10 million naira. Who is that guy?
Please. Okay, please, I understand.
10 million naira.
Please,
what do you think is 10 million naira? Who is that person? Let that guy speak. I want to attend to that guy.
No, please
what forget do you think
that.
Is
Emeka is a rich man, though. He told us the first time he came. He's a rich man, though. He told us. Emeka, you're a rich man, have you?
No, all I'm saying is that the Eagles also equally rich. I bet you 10 million.
No, is that not what the first thing you told us when you? The first thing you told us when you came here was that you're a rich man.
You bet me 10 million naira. Okay.
Yeah, Eagles also rich now. I bet you 10 million naira that if somebody handed you a passport to come to America and say, all this stuff that you're saying, this thing that Rufai was doing, in fact, you yourself will be bending down. You'll be okay, no problem. When's my
friend? I will do it for that person, right? If the person give me 10 million naira, I will do it for him. Is it not what you are saying?
No, I'm saying that.
DSS, one could reveal our identity. So what could they talk? They give them all the information about where would they come Nigeria. I mean, you see, I don't want to be forced to say this.
My position is that we are too quick to destroy Nigeria. We are too quick to conclude that they want to kill us. We are too quick to conclude they are against us. We are too quick to
Nigeria.
Are we destroying Nigeria step by step? We do not rush to the conclusion.
How can we diagnose the problem of that country if we don't criticize it?
Yes, you will criticize. You criticize, but don't come into conclusion. You criticize, don't rush into judgment.
What conclusion?
What I'm saying. The last time I was here with the Janleko, he said they are targeting the South because they don't give passport for abroad. They are targeting. Come on. We are too quick to target ourselves. And quick to conclude.
Nigeria now.
Who's rushing into judgment? Nigeria is 61 years old. Who's rushing into judgment about Nigeria?
I don't even understand what you're talking about.
The whole of you, if they don't give you passport, you say Buhari target South. If they don't give you the visa, you say Buhari target North, South. What happen? What's your problem? Everything is about business. These people don't have any problem to solve again. They only target South, target South, target South.
Let me ask you a question. Is it not a fact that we Nigerians, we are not ready to take our destiny into our hand? Is it a fact?
Good, if you have yourself and we agree with you, we, use the word we. Regional man came and said, Nigerian youth are not ready. Who is Nigeria? Well, who are you? Regional man. Because you tell us, we. They will know the kind of statement you are making. But you come and tell Nigeria youth are not ready to.
It must be agreed upon, though, that the majority of the pressure for Nigeria to be changed is coming from the diaspora. It must be agreed that the majority of the pressure of coming for Nigeria to change is coming more from the diaspora than coming from within Nigeria. And sure, you can say that Nigeria might be under pressure because the military will come and shoot you if you have protests. But what I'm telling you is that it's going. Like I told a cousin of mine.
Is that not legitimate? Because, like I said, you tried to avoid it, but I did accuse you earlier on in the comforts of your pad in California, wherever, chanting war drums. So go and beat those war drums in Abakaliki.
Yes, come down to Abakaliki. Don't beat California and be beating war drums.
You're in Abakaliki beating war drums.
I'm sure you guys heard the story.
California, sending those in Abakaliki to go and be fighting war.
That's
and you are in California. The next thing is
other people's children, Abi.
They are not taking their destiny into their hands, and you are hiding in miles. See, this is not the way to go about it. We must begin to tell ourselves the truth. We in the diaspora or wherever, we contribute a lot. Yes, we do this, we do that, but we must follow things the way we will not go into escalate. Look at IPOB. The other way is scatter. This area is scatter. Why we keep putting story that will be destroying the whole place?
Destroying the whole place. Is the whole place
Ego, Ayo says you need to eat dinner because you must be hungry. But the thing is, Ego never stops eating. That's the thing. You see how thin he is. He never stops eating. Is Ayo that started it now?
Ayo.
Sorry, Ayo was saying that he's on a plane. Oh, hold on, let me just highlight this. Let me highlight this. This was a conversation taking place between Ayo and engineer. He says, engineer, I no go anywhere or make the SS carry me a bit. I dey plane or I for join the forum. So is that latter half that I was just wanting to, because I'm always curious as to where people are and what they are doing as they are interacting with the session. So are you now on an aeroplane or probably interstate within America, but still
he's going to Nigeria, don't worry, you see
I has thrown Nigeria into he has thrown his passport into the lagoon. Never to be seen again.
One man, let me take that correction from Ego. Okay, we Nigerians, we need to wake up.
Good, now you're talking.
But on a serious note, Nigerians in Nigeria, because you can't expect Nigerians in the diaspora. Honestly, you know that one emo guy. I'm sure you heard the story. I knew him personally. The one that went back to Nigeria, wanted to do whatever beauty path. They killed him. Why? Because Nigeria's a failed country. I mean, that many people go back to Nigeria all the time. You hear the stories every single day. They just killed them. I don't tell people
they kill people for sneakers in America, for shoes.
No, but see, this is the thing. Now we want to come. That's the thing about. That's the mentality that we need to get.
You know how many people die? You know how many people die of gun violence in America?
Mentality is that they'll say, "Oh, but there's crime in America. There's crime in America now."
That's a true confession here, right?
You all know how many died in America on gun violence every year?
Even in Nigeria, it's probably more than Nigeria. But let's say engineer's true confession. Engineer confess. Let me grant you absolution. Yeah, confess.
Yeah, yes. Can you remember this guy on your platform? What's his name again? I think I lost his name. That he used to come on your platform. That he went to Nigeria and the DSS they arrived to kidnap.
No, that was no. I know who you are talking about. He still comes regularly. That Lord Michael.
Lord Michael, thank you. Lord Michael went to Nigeria and his experience as man from Diaspora, it was a nightmare.
Maybe they marked his voice already. They don't mark him on this one-man show.
Yes, they've marked his voice. All of you, you think you're hiding your face. They've marked your voice. And this was the experience. He came and reported, but thank you that you're the one saying it, engineer. So you're all known. The DSS, they are going to come and rendition you. Every single one of you will be renditioned.
This American accent I have is just a complete fraud anyway. When I want to start to speak Igbo, my accent will completely change anyway.
Look at that. Don't worry.
You guys should not be deceived. DSS is not renditioning anyone. The point is, do not wait. Do not incite violence.
Be afraid. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
You do fake news. You give fake story too much. Misleading people. There is nothing like that. There's nothing like DSS renditioning. Hold on, Ego. There's nothing like DSS renditioning people. Is that what you're saying? No, if you didn't go into any violence, instigating of violence or whatever, they will not rendition you. When you instigate violence, why won't they rendition you or whatever?
Because
we look like that guy that you were telling now not to be beating war drums in Umuai. He's one way beating war drums. If they rendition him, it doesn't matter. How can you come
so you make out the rendition
war drum and you say they should not rendition you? We should put the things the way they are. If you are at your right, nobody will come and embarrass you.
What is right?
Conclude. This is my position. If I any little thing that they plan us, any little thing that we they want kill now, any waiting happen. Only waiting.
If I go to Nigeria right now, wait a minute. If I go to Nigeria right now,
only me not target. Only you not target. People not target. Yoruba waiting happen.
If I go to Nigeria, let's move on. I go to Nigeria wearing a shirt that says Buhari.
That's exhausted.
All right. We've come to the 4-hour mark, so I'll seek to start rounding off. But before I round off, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, which is sending in the direction of Emeka. So, Emeka, Alexander super chats to us. Okay, says, Emeka, where are you from in Imo, sir? So, Alexander has a particular interest in Imo state because his in-laws, of course, from there. Married to an Igbo woman.
Alexandra, I'm not Johnny Just Come. I'm not a beginner in this game. So that's my answer to you.
No, he's
Are you running?
Alexander is a DSS agent too. Look at this. You are a shifty character.
I don't know how Nigeria operates. I'm going to tell you where I'm from. My friend, go and sit down.
Yeah, look at that.
They don't want to go to Nigeria, but they want Biafra.
This is it by
I go to Nigeria all the time, but when I go to Nigeria, you will see me. I go straight.
But where are you from? Me, I'm from Oyala.
That's good for you, bro. I'm sure it's a beautiful place. You know.
Emeka, tell Thomas to do Python dance. Then you tell him where you from.
I know that Python dance.
One man, Oyala, local government. I'm from Oyala, Kajola, local government.
Okay.
What's the family name? So that you can document it. What's the family name?
He go from headquarters. So thank you. So gentlemen, I will start to round off to land on our engineer. Apologies to the people who have not really taken the floor, but I'm trying to be a lot stricter now with the time because you know how it goes. It just goes. We could be here 24 hours if we let it spiral. So I'll go then to land on engineer. And just a snapshot, especially from people who have had.
One man, let me go first. I'm going
Yes,
to work.
so you go. You are going to work again. Look at this guy. This you use this trick all the time, but to you.
One man, I don't lie. I
You
can't
don't
lie.
lie.
Yeah.
You just okay, carry on.
We are in morning in Australia now, you know. So that is why. Going to afternoon. Thank you everyone. To our Biafran brothers, may God give you the power and the strength to fight the cause.
Amen.
But I want to tell you, all the blood of people that die in the civil war is on the head of your leader, which is Ojukwu.
It's on the head
That
of
was that. Let me finish my word. This is my remark. We don't interject when we are rounding up, please. The blood of everyone that died in the civil war is on the head of your leader, Ojukwu, because that war was supposed not to happen in the first place. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go to Tony. Sorry, did you want to go next, Charlie Boy? I'll go then to you, Charles.
Okay. I just pray that Nigeria have good leadership and all those bad leaders go to jail because they're causing trouble. I pray that the youth should wake up. That you should wake up. They should fight for the freedom. They should fight and fight for good leaders. I pray that the next election be peaceful. Have a good leader. Next election be somebody that just care about the people, but not only the tribe, no division. That's what I pray.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Sorry, I raised my voice earlier on, but you were getting a bit somewhat rowdy. But
that's
thank
okay.
you. That's all right, Charlie Boy. You know it's all
Charles,
we know you're about that. We know that.
You know, look at that. Are you being cheeky now? Do you know what koboko is, Charles? We have a diet for people of your age in Yoruba land. We call it koboko. Do you want me to introduce you to koboko?
No.
Yeah,
like when you said that, you are laughing.
Love you, Charles.
Or you are laughing. All right. Thank you, Charles. See you later. Well, all right. So thank you, Charles. So from Charles then to Tony to you.
Yeah. First, thank you very much, sir. One. And then I want to thank Emeka and Charles, for even try to be concerned about the happenings in Nigeria. So we should always let them, say their mind, Like nothing is working in Nigeria. It's really, it's too crazy. Like no light, no nothing. And then secondly, about that guy that wrote about that spoke about Ojukwu, it's a lie. He should have said that when Ojukwu was alive. You know what I'm saying? So that Ojukwu could to defend himself. So that guy is a big liar. Then to ego is means money in our language. Ego. So we need ego. So then ego. Oshari. So make it they use bros. Not they say bro. They accuse people say that they try to be Americana. You say you can't say bro. Yeah, bro. You say bros. Now bros not be our language. So anyway, that's it. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank everybody.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
And to you as well, if I was a bit abrupt, apologies. But you were trying to somewhat overrun. So thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we go on to truth to power to you.
Truth to power, there we just like this.
All right. I think truth to power now is in dreamland. Is probably asleep already. So thank you, truth to power, a delight in your company. From truth to power, we go on to the mighty ego, the mighty ego. To you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, my brother. What I want to see the platform is the happenings in Nigeria. We know there are lots of bedeviling in our country now. We know. But we must be very careful also to rush into conclusion with things we hear. We must be very careful. Not today we hear that this thing is happening, say we are targeting them. This is happening, they will begin to no. We must be very calm. We must watch very well before we come to the public to comment. So we don't mislead people or go and make comment that will lead to misdirect people to go and vote people they are not supposed to vote, or promote people we know that they are not supposed to be promoted in for one reason or the other, or bring this tribal sentiment here and there. Like me, I'm a patriot in this country. I believe in my one Nigeria die. Put God for my neck. I am my story for one Nigeria. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think, my brother, because nothing is done by war. Things are done by dialogue, by talking, by understanding. These are things are being done, not by war or by misleading, deceiving people. So I will advise our people, even the viewers that are watching us, we should not quick to conclude that they won't kill us now. No, we should try to find out what's really going on, so we can know where the truth is and where the lies are lying. Thank you very much. We should be slow.
All right. All right, thank you, Igo. And thank you, Igo, for making the effort to always join us as often as you can. I know that you obviously
difficult, network.
Yeah, I know. This is the thing I was just saying that a lot of people don't know that it's just because you enjoy the session that you do choose to spend the time. You could be doing something else with your data and your time, but you choose to spend it with us. So thank you, Igo. The controversial Ego, he comes here just to dabaru everything. Contrarian Ego. So thank you, Ego. So from Ego, we go on to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, to you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, every other person that came on the platform today, and also to those who are in the chat room, who are chatting. We thank you all for staying tuned to One Man Went to Mall. We would just please urge you to continue liking that button, and also subscribe if you're yet to subscribe. Well, I just want to end with just two topics. It's going to be quick, real quick, like a bullet. So anyway, that of Waziri, I just want to talk about Waziri, Farida Waziri, former EFCC chairwoman. For me, I think what she said is not far. It's not far from the truth. Buhari has really destroyed that country. Everybody knows that, even the Northerners, even those people who voted him in, they all said they regretted voting this man. And we're seeing what is playing now, which is the second part of the topic I want to talk about, playing out with the National Assembly bill that he was supposed to have assented. I mean, if you know you're not going to assent this thing, are you saying you use 30 days to consult with everybody and everybody that needs to be consulted? I mean, does he not know, already doesn't have his decision made long before even the 30 days expiration? So it tells us that this man is not a Democrat. He's just who he is. He's that despot, that tyrant, a tyrant that he has been back then. And it's a real regret for many Nigerians that they allowed this man to have voted him in there. So I don't just want Nigerians to make the same mistakes. That's why all of us talk on this platform. None of those people from those generations, or those people above 60, should be allowed to come and rule that country. We need a new set of people who perhaps have not even been tested in government. So should I say tested in a sense, maybe they've not really been involved in any of these political parties ever since. And so having said that, I think that should be a way for us to go, because depending on these people to come back again, likes of Tinubu and Atiku, we just don't want to go that route anymore. So for me, I just say Nigerians should take their own future in their hands. I would say that because I'm in diaspora for now, but if I'm in Nigeria, if I have to vote, then I will say what Ego said. We Nigerians need to take our own future in our hands, and that's all I have to say. Good night, everybody, and hope to see you in the next episode.
All right, thank you, Rational Mike. You did not speak to the other half of the Waziri narrative, though, which was the space of the guy that wrote the book, saying that Ojukwu was essentially on his knees begging for his green passport back in Côte d'Ivoire. Okay, we've lost Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go on then to Ola. Ola, to you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming up and for making your contribution and for making the forum lively. So I just want to talk about this quote from Cambridge English article said, a society can only remain healthy if diversity does not threaten unity of purpose, which is basically what we are suffering from in Nigeria today. You know, when you have leaders that cannot manage our diversity to the point that the diversity now is now becoming a serious threat to the unity of purpose. And even when you look at most of us that we discussed here too, you can see the way we counter ourselves, despite the level of our education, the level of our achievement, even staying in a saner society, and we still find a way to still disagree to even a very bad, you know, to a very worse situation. That is showing something to us that our diversity is creating, you know, it is strengthening our unity of purpose already. Because our unity of purpose is to survive as a country, to develop together, and to protect our territory. But unfortunately, we have leadership that do not really understand what all this thing means. So to me, when we are saying whether Buhari is a missed opportunity, in fact, if I have the worst word that I can use to qualify the man, you know, I will give the man. So what we need to do is, what we need to realize is this: the problem of our country is not individual like you and myself. The problem are the political class, those people that have nothing to do, that their survivor is on clinging to the power. So those are the people that are causing problem. So there's no point for you and myself being on the neck of one another. No, yeah, we here common citizens are not the problem. Those people in the leadership position are the problem. So we must make sure that our diversity become our strength instead of threatening. So we have to look for the likes of Buhari. The sign, for example, had always been there before Buhari got to power. But the problem is we decided to look away. So Nigerians overseas are not the problem to Nigerians at home. Nigerians at home are not the problem to Nigerians overseas. All of us can work together. So ego, don't tell us to come back home. Oh, we don't need. There are even some people overseas that are even saying, that are even talking the way people at home are talking. There's nothing you can talk about Buhari today. Buhari can even tell you that in Diaspora, Buhari even have more supporters than even at home, where you may find it funny. So the thing is, Nigeria, everywhere we can contribute our quota. It doesn't matter whatever your geographical location. So whether you are overseas, whether you are at home, you can always contribute your quota. So let us find a way to work together rather than that will be on the jugular of one another every day. Thank you, everyone. Please click like, share, and subscribe. See you later.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ola. Always a real delight. Ola came latterly, but he still turned up. So from Ola, we go on to Emeka. So Emeka, Obikerereke, Obi, to you.
Well, thanks everyone. I'm really grateful that there's a forum like this to get to speak to everyone from different backgrounds in modern day Nigeria. It is a blessing, and I'm really grateful for it. Just because I find myself living in Obodo Ibo is not that I don't have a passion for home. In fact, if home was working, I would immediately come back home, because that's where my essence is. But the thing about Nigeria, you can kind of sum it up in a proverb, an African proverb, which is, it's not to know is bad, but not to wish to know is worse. And the real problem with Nigeria is they don't wish to really know what the real problem is. And the problem of Nigeria is really rooted in its founding. There's a lie. It's a kind of a pervasive lie going on that I hope everyone comes to understand. In order to enjoy our diversity, we don't actually need to be one country. We can enjoy and exploit the things that make us different without being one country. We can enjoy all the economic benefits of being a people that happen to be situated around each other without tying ourselves to the same sort of secular, religious, monetary policies that trap us in one and make us fight over and over. So I really think that I encourage everyone to think more broadly about the fact that even though Nigeria may split, we can still harness our diversities. Just think about places like around the world that that are various, like the European Union, for instance. They're different countries, but they still exploit their diversities. We don't have to argue. The thing that's making us argue and fight is the fact that we're not on one table as equals. And because of the configuration of Nigeria and its history and where we've gotten to this point, it's impossible to create that configuration. So I really hope everyone wakes up and kind of pushes towards a self-accountability. Just because you're concerned with something, that's not enough. It has to be your own personal problem that you don't have light. It has to be your own personal problem that there isn't roads. There has to be your own personal problem that your kids don't get a high quality education. It has to be your own personal problem that on an international level, people are looking at you like backwards people. I mean, it's just a fact. So when it becomes your own personal problem and you really internalize it as your own personal problem, and you realize on top of that, the lies about diversity. You can't exploit diversity when it's an actual trap. In fact, someone just said that. And you can still exploit that diversity by respecting boundaries. So I personally am not for one Nigeria. It's my God-given right to have that opinion. I'm not for one Nigeria. I believe there can be many nations that come out of Nigeria that learn how to cooperate cohesively together. And that's my vision. As for anything else, good luck with that. God bless all of you people, and see you next time.
All right. Thank you, Emeka. So that was Emeka. It is not a deal. It is not all over. I wish you enyi ba enyi till next time. So till next time, enyi ba enyi to Emeka. So,
Bye.
Look at that. Nzobu. Okay, thank you, Emeka. So from Nzobu to the more stable voice of our engineer. Engineer, round it off for us.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And thank you, Roslyn. I can see her chat. She's doing well, to be honest. And the ladies on the platform, we're not seeing them anymore. I don't know. I think I have to query one man. We miss Sally. We miss Bia. And
Bia was here today, but in another session.
Okay, fair enough. Well, all I can say, thank you guys. And we all love our country, Nigeria. Regardless, we come here, we chant, we do this, we do that. Let's be realistic. There is no home like Nigeria. Regardless what is happening to our country currently now, is an eye-opening to everyone. And this is why I always say something to anybody on this platform. When it comes to the issue of Nigeria, we are born Nigeria. So don't let the old cargoes divide us or bring problem in between ourselves. It's something we need to work it out and discuss it and sort it out. Our brother Iho said something here. It's dialogue. It's time to be questioning all the Nigerian elite. People from the south, start questioning your elite. People from the west, start questioning your elite. East, north, the same thing, middle belt, and so on. It's time to start questioning the elite. What are they doing in that seat? People are, vanishing. So things like this is something that is very important. We need to understand. And also, I have to thank you, one man, for making things work for everybody, because I believe this is the only platform that people do come out and say different kind of things, different kind of voices. And the platform is not discriminating. And the platform is not against the three tribes we have in that country, Nigeria. It's something that all of us, we need to sit down, discuss it, and look for way forward and solution to it. And also, we just run the corner for Christmas. People are getting ready to meet their loved ones, celebrate Christmas. And I wish everybody Merry Christmas in advance. If you have a family, please visit them and be very, very careful if you're in Nigeria in terms of traveling, in terms of going through road. Road is bad and bandits are somewhere else. Just be careful. Try and visit family. If you can't visit family, try and top up your mobile phone and call them on video and wish them happy Christmas. And hopefully one man will organize a Christmas party for all the people on the platform to come and visit and, you know, enjoy. And that's all I can say for now. And God bless everybody and have a good night. Bless.
Oh, all right, thank you, engineer. You know how they do parties in Oyinbo land is bring your own, bring a bottle. So bring a bottle when you are coming, but you are always welcome. Bring a bottle. But thank you, engineer. Always a delight in your company. So that was engineer rounding things up for us. So that's been the session. Yeah, reasonably timed this time, just a little bit over 4 hours. So we try and make sure that we even try and retain it under 4 hours. So just that's how it's gone. So if you are intent on participating on the screen, everybody welcome, but try and come earlier so that you get the space then to have full expression. So with all of that, we end it here. So I'll leave it there, carry conversation with you in comment section, but here, say peace.